Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Thursday night Truthcast. I am David Snedeker, and I will be your host this evening. And I am very glad to be with you after a short 2 day. What was it? 2 day sabbatical. Yeah, I think I did Sunday night, and then I took Monday and Tuesday off. A lot of things were going on in my world, so I needed to do that. But also, I know there's a lot going on in your world and the world in general. So I want to make sure that I get to you and get to you through the weekend as well, I believe. So I look forward to doing something with you tomorrow night and through the weekend. So let me get to the comments. See who was first in the Sned Shed tonight. Welcome one and all, Andrew. I'm ready for the Dave Meister. Andrew, good to see you. Thanks for being here, brother. Cindy, good evening to all. Keep the faith. Awesome. My coat was off 3.5 years ago. Andrew, awesome. Yes, share this out, everyone. Please share this out, folks. It's going to be a great show. I not just interacting with you all, but also, just getting into deciphering the things that are happening in the world. Dave's in red. Absolutely. Nice breathing, Dave. Nice barking, Jasper. Great form, dear. Thank you. Hey, by the way, when other than the intro, were you hearing me at all through the microphone? That would be good to know. Mary Ellen, greetings all. Is anyone else here? Afnar, yes. Nisi, hi, Dave and Peeps. Good to see you, dear. Hi, folks. Hi, Dave from Daryl. Hello, all you gorgeous patriots. Miss Mindersue. Yes, how did you know that everybody here is gorgeous? That's fabulous. Lacey Bounds. Hey, Sneds. Good to see you, Lacey. Miss Mindersue. What's up, Dave and everyone? Roy Diamond. What a great deer blind. LOL. Yeah, I could definitely take out a few if I wanted to. Good evening, Vicky. Good to see you. Yay, people. Sick balls, Jasper. And Jasper. Yes, Mary Ellen. Yes. Yo, Mikey, what's up? Kevin, hello, Dave, and everyone in chat. Mikey, Mr. Sned, and everyone. Wally, glad you're back tonight. Good to see you, Wally. Kath, hi, Dave and Hawk. Hi, Dave. Good to see you. And so early to boot. Yeah, I'm starting a little early, folks. I want to get in the habit of that because I literally I want to start getting to bed earlier instead of being up so late, and it's just better, healthier for me, and healthier for us all. Early is great, Daryl. Hey, I've got a question for you all, and I might wait until the it fills up a little bit. But let me ask all those that are here, and we've got about, let me see. Let me wait. Just think about this, like what time of the day that ideally you would love to see a show, and think probably a little bit shorter than, the night shows. But every once in a while, I'll do, don't get me wrong. I like to do the Awake Zombies. I like to do the night show. Um, just to hang out with you on a weekend kind of stuff. I like the earlier start time. Very cool. Yeah, the East Coasters, that works out for a lot of people. Gerard, good evening to everyone's. Comms being dropped like hot potatoes. Absolutely. Without question. Mikey. Let's see. Yeah, and please check your coats, my friends. Let's see. Bruce Swartz from the Bruce sees all channel. Bruce sees all channel passed away Tuesday. Very sad. He was much loved, and many tried suppressing his work. Auntie, I don't know Bruce, but God bless him and all who loved him. What a tragedy. I'm sorry to hear that. Damn, that's brutal. How did he pass? Let's see. Dana, hello, you amazing and beautiful people. Absolutely. Good evening, Dave, Sned, Seeds, and Jasper. Good stuff. Sharon, hello, Sneds. Hey, Peeps, Mariana, sorry. Gino, hi, Dave. Early is great. Yo, Sned family, thank God Dave's here. Good to be here with you as well. This is cool. The coffee mug is for after watching till the wee hours of the morn. I don't know what that means. Coffee mug is for after watching till the way. Okay. Evening, everyone. Lisa, Tracy, hello. The red Trump hat looks good on you, Dave. Thank you. Thank you. I like this hat. I got this down at what do you call it? Eagle Pass. Remember, you guys were with me on that live cast. I got it at Eagle Pass. Cheers, everybody. The Great Awakening Snedheads 2020 mug, the indoctrination, a David Snedeker truth cast. Check your coat, my friends. I'll get back to the merch, folks. I just I got away from it, and again, part of me, Patsy, hi guys, Australia watching. So glad to have you. Ren's coat checked, thumbed up, and ready for Sned. Thank you for that. And yes, please give it a thumbs up wherever you're at, folks. Doing a colonoscopy prep, and I need to get my mind off of it. I hope I can do that. Help you with that. Good evening, Dave and everyone. Montoya Foya. Hello, everyone. Hope you're all going well. Hello, Marta. Doing well. School assault girl 15 set on fire at Saskatoon High School. Oh my God. Awaken Trillium. Will you send me what you have on that in the indoctrination at Proton Mail, please? Listening from Connecticut, David, good to see you. From Nebraska, KKY. Hey, Dave, hugs from little Sned and I. Christy Korth. Love to hear that. Your little one. That's fabulous. She was born and grew up with us, didn't she? Patricia, finally here with my friends. Hey, Dave. Awesome. Okay. Hi, Dave. Pat, good to see you. Keep the faith, everyone. Absolutely. Nice hat. Thank you. Good evening, Dave. Love you and Jasper lots. Thank you, Jenny. Hello, Dave. Saw the movie Reagan today. It was great. I need to get out and see that, folks. Maybe this weekend. I'll do that. Love you, Dave. Good evening, my fellow Sneds and Hawk. One travel. Hi, Julia. Good to say hello. Good to see you. Buffering. Good to see you. Let's see. No on hearing you otherwise than intro. Thank you, Polar Bear Paws. That's helpful because I wanted to make sure because, yeah, I don't need to get into the details with you all, but thank you for that feedback. Teresa, hi, David Sneds. Love the hat. Yeah, I got that down. It was the when I went down to Eagle Pass, they had the caravan, right? That I saw up here in Dripping Springs, and then followed for a little bit, but then joined up with them the next day. And I got this from a vendor. It was a what do you call it? A charity. They were doing charities for African tribes, African youth. And so I bought it, and but then left after that because it was just kind of like this event at the border, but they weren't at the place where the issue was. So I went to where the issue was. Janice got kicked off Facebook. You bad girl, folks. If you want a bad girl, Janice is your gal. She's a bad girl. Great MAGA hat. I wish I could get one in Australia. You can't. Audrey, hello, handsome Dave. Okay, I'm going to leave that comment up for the rest of the show, folks. I hope you don't mind. But just it's good for the old ego. Hi, Dave, my lifesaver. Hi, Nita. Good to see you. Been a while since I checked in, Dave. Good to see you. Yeah, what football game? There's football game on. Grand evening, Dave, and everyone. I heard this is where all the cool folks come to these days. You got that right. Without question. All right, my friends. So let me get down to Dina. I would be happy to buy your merch, Dave. Thank you, Dina. I'll get that back. I'll get that set back up. There's this thing about, just I had a conversation with Bruce Poppy today of Unpopular Viewpoint. He's on the road and wanted me to come up to They're doing an event in College Station tomorrow, and and I'll I'll pull that up a little later when we have some more people on. But it's the Unity Tour, and he's speaking at it. And he asked me to come up and speak at it tomorrow morning. But it's like a 2.5 hour drive, so it's definitely a commitment. It'd be great to see him. But at any rate, we were just talking about, there's so many things that people are into, and I've always tried to not follow the crowd, if you will, and not get into. I'm going to tip that down just a bit, and not get into everything that everybody else is involved in, right? Because association brings upon assimilation, and also brings upon Rick. Good to see you. Hunter Sabo, hello everyone, great to be here. Hi, Dave from Illinois. T. Paulson, Samantha, fellow Texan, awesome. So at any rate, I've avoided a lot of things that involve a lot of other truthers, because I was seeing, throughout my time, many of you know that for me, I even had T-shirts made up, no outside comms, because for me, any information that's outside of the map, outside the queue drops, first gator, before 9 p.m. I'm going to be going earlier, brother, is not applicable to this revolution. It's just getting bad intel. And there are so many so-called truthers that have kind of ruined that word for me and for many, that were predicting things, because when you predict things, you show your audience that you know what's happening or what's going to happen. The problem is that many people will continue to hear these things, and then when nothing happens in the timetable that these folks have placed before you, you get very discouraged. And ask anybody who is involved in sports or in the military, or in work groups, companies. The worst thing that you can instill into a group that is striving for great things is discouragement. And so I saw the masses getting very discouraged at the people that were putting out dates. And I remind everybody that Q has only given us one date ever, and that was the indictment of Hillary Clinton. And that may or may not have happened on that date, but I believe it certainly has happened, and many of you believe that it's happened as well, because it's like I showed you her tweet. Her pinned tweet on her book tour takes you right into Epstein Island and the exact table and room where she committed child sacrifice and collected adrenochrome. I mean, if you're Hillary Clinton and Q has made you famous in more ways than one, and you know about Q and you know about the timestamps, you would never drop a tweet that has a timestamp that is incriminating like that. So we have known for a very long time Huma and Hillary's Twitter accounts, now X accounts, they are not in control of. Their assistants are not in control of. Their people are not in control of, because they wouldn't in their right mind drop a tweet that is time-stamped into something so devastating and true, because she has been to the island, I think 6 times. Her husband has been there something like 27 times. We know what happens at that island. We're going to find out more about what happened at that island, and that stuff is going to be revealed to us. Natalie, love from South Carolina. Greetings, beautiful patriots. Thumbs up, everybody. Yes, please give a thumbs up, folks, on Rumble. Give a heart on X. On Hawk's YouTube. We're on Hawk's Mustard Seeds 24. 25, something's wrong with it. I hope I didn't wasn't the cause of that, as I have been many times. By the way, I will tell you that I'm going to be dropping YouTube and Facebook at some point in the show, because I want to get into some really serious topics that I can't speak about on those platforms without harming Hawk's channels. So if you're on YouTube, Hawk's Mustard Seeds 24, or you're on Hawk J Marsden on Facebook, please, if you all would, a few of you, if you would drop the Rumble link in the chat, and also the X link in the chat, that would be very helpful for those people if they want to continue on with the show, that they can jump over there. Love to Garden. Hi, Dave. Caught a live finally. I'm glad you're here. Rick, Indiana in the house. Let's see. Let's see. Dave, could I get that email, please? Yeah, let me drop that. Let's see. I moved some things around. Here it is. Sorry. There it is. And I'll pull that up as well when you send that. Just let me know when you send it. So my friends, I really was looking forward to this show tonight, and I will tell you that we got some great stuff to talk about. I'm going to be sharing some videos. Maybe you've seen them, but certainly, you can get your news on X, folks. You can get your news in a lot of places. I hope that what I am providing for you is a little insight. Having been awake for 18 years, having been doing this broadcast for 5.5 years, having been spreading the good word long before that, that I've seen how this has kind of been manipulated, and I bring Q into the picture. I bring Trump, Q plus in the comms that bring those two together, those 10 together that know all, or 9 that know all. And so I am here for not my ability to bring up articles and videos and things like that, but for my mind and how I see things and how I break things down. And I like to think that my mind is aligned with the mind of Q, because I have always been a proponent of no outside comms. So if anybody outside of Q is telling you something's going to happen on this particular day, I'm talking about like military operation or a big deal or something big happening, uh, you know, take it with a grain of salt and go back into Q and see what Q is saying about that particular topic, or see what Anons like myself are saying about it, because we are dialed in. I'll tell you right now that I think September 18th is going to be a significant day. You don't need to hear that from me, because you know that Trump's going to get his sentencing on that day. But some other things are going on that day. Tim Walz has to get back to Congress on some things of what happened in Minnesota. And we're going to go to the Q drop tonight for September 18th as well. And I think you're going to find that that's significant as well. So my friends, without further ado, just getting back to what I was saying about wanting to stay in integrity with myself and with my audience. I have avoided a lot of opportunities to capitalize on this movement. I have avoided a lot of opportunities, some business opportunities. And because anytime you draw thousands and thousands of people every single night, you can present them with a lot of things. And I have avoided things that a lot of other people are doing. I don't even do my pillow. Why? Because everybody's doing it. And I'm just not a follower in that way. And so I could have done My Pillow before 99% of the people out there doing My Pillow, but I already saw the people that were doing it. One of them was the Clay Clark, traveling road show, which I did not align with from day one. I did not. I was not digging that dude from day one, and so I can't tell you about him. I honestly couldn't tell you, good or bad, because he just isn't somebody that I want to grok with, if you will. And so at any rate, the reason I bring that up is because there's been a lot of opportunities that I've passed on. So if you want to support the work that I do, and if you like the work I do, if you like the community that I have created and drawn people into, and if you like my take on things, you may support the work I do with the information below. Special shout out to Pumpkin Buster. Thank you very much for your incredible level of support, which was an answer to prayer, and I'm very grateful for that. You can and so thank you so much for that, Walter. Please lend support. Cash App is $, David Snedeker. Cash App is one of the ones that has not kicked me off. So if you're still just using, PayPal and Venmo, folks, and you're not willing to jump over to Cash App, I'm going to ask you why. Because Cash App has not ruined people and not demonetized people like yours truly. So we need to support these kind of people, these kind of organizations. Derek, thank you very much for your donation. Very much, my friend. Very much appreciate it. This is my my PO box, which you can also just do PO 1554 Dripping Springs and the rest of that address. But if it's something beyond a letter, it has to have the full address. But many of you have asked me for that, so there's that for you. So thank you all. Cheers. Let's check our coats, folks. Come on in. It's warm in here, and Deanne Whirl, thank you, Deanne, so much. Just imagine you're wearing a big, heavy winter coat. It's warm in the Sned shed. It's got the winter coat has all your ego, preconceived notions, unconscious bias, indoctrination wrapped up in it. You're just going to take off that coat, check it at the coat check, grab your claim ticket, grab a snack, grab a drink, your favorite pet, your favorite person, your favorite you, and come on in and let's download some information, folks, and have some fun together. So, my friends, we are nearing the precipice for a great many people. And if you look at the things that are happening around us, it has never been clearer that we are in some kind of just a crazy matrix right now. And so as we look into the matrix, I want to remind everybody to please, Joe Blanchard, thank you so much for your donation. Much appreciated. And I will put you guys on the list and get you on the screen as well. If you guys want to donate during the show, I will call you out and thank you from the bottom of my heart. You support me. You make this show happen. The names that you see are the people that make this show happen. And so please do what you can. It might be $1, folks. If it's $1, $2, please. It's just a show of energy. It's an exchange of energy. All right. So, my friends, as we're looking at this matrix, I just want to share that what we focus on expands. So part of the indoctrination, that not this broadcast that exposes the indoctrination, but the actual indoctrination, is that they want us in the indoctrination. They want us battling each other within the indoctrination. They want us focused on it. They want us expanding it because that is the three-dimensional level. And it has a very, very low frequency to it. And so when you understand that this low frequency is going to keep us from ascending, then you understand how important it is that we look at it, pay attention to it, step around it, step over it, or go through it, but that we don't want to linger in it. The last Q post, which was November 27th, 2022, coming up on 2 years ago, but not the last time Q has communicated with us, certainly not. What is coded in your DNA? Okay. As we find out about the jab and the M and the rest of that, RNA, we find out that this is all an attack on our DNA. Ancestry.com, 23andMe, the test up your nose, up scratching the blood-brain barrier. Okay, the getting our saliva, getting our DNA, handing it over gladly, just so that we can go to a party, go to a wedding, go travel. You got to get tested, right? We did that. Like me and my family, we gave over our DNA to those tests. Nothing entered our body. It was always blow the nose and wipe or spit on the thing. And if people gave us a hard time, this is the DNA, or this is going to show if we have it or not. And I was right, and I was always never had a problem. I had to dance around some things, but nothing ever entered our body. Okay. Who put it there? Our DNA. Who put it there? Well, our creator, right? Right? Our parents coming together with their DNA. Why? We each have a very distinct DNA, and it has been toyed with. Mankind is repressed. We will be repressed no more. Information is knowledge. Knowledge is power. Information is power. This is what I have as a goal to give to you. Not just the information, not just the knowledge, but a certain level of wisdom that I have accumulated by really studying not just the things that are happening, but who the people are and how they're pulling the strings and turning the knobs of this mechanism of mass human control. I am wanting to give you power through the information and the insight that I'm giving you. But more importantly, to awaken your DNA, to awaken your power. When I was studying neurolinguistic programming years ago with a very, very integrous couple, married couple that I became very dear friends with, who studied with the two that brought it into the world, Bandler and Grindler. Um, Actually, it came from the Nazis, came through the military. NLP is what L. Ron Hubbard used with Scientology. It is the good and the dark force. Okay. The force be with you was the verbiage that Obi-Wan Kenobi used. These are not the droids you're looking for. Is neurolinguistic programming. There were messages. There's messages, as we know, in all of the movies. All so much messaging in movies, and Star Wars was no different. Okay, and so this information, this power, isn't empowering. The term that Alan Marilyn Sargent used with me and teaching me neurolinguistic programming is that it's a repowering. It's not empowering. That comes externally. Repowering is the words I'm saying that awaken within you the power that is already there. The power you already have, that God or gods or whoever your creator you have figured out to be is already in your DNA. That's why they want it so badly, because of how powerful it is. That's why they dumb us down. They fluoridate our water. They weaken our food. They weaken our air. They weaken our soil. They do everything they can to weaken our mind and our spirit. And part of that is getting caught up in the indoctrination, getting caught up in the matrix, which is why I'm having this conversation with you now. So my goal is to repower you. It always has been. And I've said this going back 5.5 years. Repower you. It's already in you. It's in every single one of us. Okay. The opening of the show tonight was this quote by Conor McGregor. And this was on Rumble. I don't think it showed up on X. Your lack of commitment is an insult to the people who believe in you. And I brought him up today because he announced that he's running for the president of Ireland, to run Ireland, because he's tired of seeing what he's seeing. And he's a MAGA guy. He's a straight shooter. He's not going to fuck around. He's going to get the globalist pigs out of Ireland because they're doing a lot of damage. A lot of damage. But your lack of commitment is an insult to the people who believe in you. The commitment is to you and to making you a better person. Me making me a better person. This revolution, I've said many, many times, must come from within. This is not an external revolution. This is an internal revolution. We have to work on us and bring our best selves to the table, to bring our best selves to the revolution. Because if we can do that, there's no stopping us. And there's no going back to where we used to be. How do you protect your DNA? There is a war for your DNA. Protect your DNA. Well, how do you protect your DNA? Well, first of all, you don't let them change it. And therefore, you don't take anything into your body that might do that. And it just so happens the jabs did that. So unfortunately, unless that's completely reversible somehow, that's a done deal for those folks. And that's a sad, sad day because a lot of people I love have done it. And I know a lot of people you love have done it as well. Because it was the greatest mind fuck in the history of humanity. Music, Hollywood, politicians, state, local, federal, um, teachers, schools, military, universities, all shoving it down the throat as if there was no other option. So for those who succumbed to that, it was a great mind fuck, and it's very sad. So how do we protect our DNA is we don't hand it over. We don't allow these companies like 23andMe and this you know, what do you call it? I just said it earlier and I forget the name already, but these companies to do anything with it, like clone based on it or create any kind of AI connection to it, et cetera, et cetera. And so in order to do that, we got to get back control of these mechanisms that have been using us as weapons against each other and weapons against ourselves. The last line of the last Q drop is ascension. Part of the DNA change, okay, can be from the information that we're getting, the information that we're focused on. Without question, that could be the issue because that can change the way we look at things. That can change the way we perceive reality, and thus that changes our reality. How you see the world depends on how you look. Look at the difference, right? And I used to say this little poem. Two men looked out prison bars. One saw mud, the other saw stars. And so if we're focused on the bars, we cannot see the beauty. And therefore, it's very important, even though I'm going to get into some negativity this evening, let us not get caught up in it. Let us not get caught up in it day to day. Let us not forget to frolic in the rain and walk barefoot in the grass and hug a tree and connect with our dog and our cat and our animals and just we've got to shift our mindset, right? We have to shift our mindset without question. And so this is, look beyond the bars, okay? Yeah. And stay grounded, right? So my friends, what's going on in the world, for crying out loud, in this matrix that we are currently in? Let me get to a few things. First of all, we're going to get into the shooting just a bit. I'm going to show you a few things, but this is the what do you call it? The profile of Colt Gray, who was a 15-year-old, 14 or 15-year-old that supposedly was the sole shooter, right? They always go with the sole shooter. That shot up the school and is never wrong. Kamala 2024, end all maggots, and has a gun pointed at MAGA or maggots as she, he, whatever. Yeah. She, her, they, trans pride are her pronouns. But it's a dude. Okay. And my comment on this particular post And Matt Wallace asks, why did X remove this profile? I don't know if we've got an answer on that from Matt. Let's see. Likely a parody, maybe profile not verified as the evil one. But I have heard that it is a guy, and that the guy also looked like a girl. Oh, and MSM are doing their best to hide this information from the public. These kids are getting cancer because a cell tower was built next to their school.
So I'm not typically a stickler for safety, but it's kind of going beyond the line for me. Right above this point. Right, caution. So above that point is a school.
Parents outraged tonight after a fourth child is diagnosed with cancer at a San Joaquin elementary school. And parents believe it's because of radiation caused by a cell tower at the school.
I'm not usually a stickler for safety, but when it comes to these death towers, I'm a little concerned. And many people are, because the evidence is clear. Cell tower radiation causes cancer, not only in schools, but in everybody's neighborhoods. We're now getting reports that public schools are beginning to shield their classrooms
I don't know why that goes
from
off
cell
on me.
tower radiation because they cause cancer. It's everywhere. But the mainstream media is trying to hide this from you. They're trying to hide the dangers of these death towers because their advertisement money depends on it. And given the way the industry controls government, nobody is going to stand in their way. And there's very little that anybody can do about these death towers from a legal point of view. They're deemed safe and effective, just like the vaccines, and there's no opting out. Of course, we all know that they rolled out the 5G, and then everybody started getting sick, and they called it COVID. But
I can't play that beyond that because of the Lisa Savoya. Thank you for your donation. Much love to you. Thank you. Because we have the YouTube and Facebook. So I want to ask the YouTubers and the Facebookers, do you want to stay in the arena where you can't hear all the truth? Because on Facebook and YouTube, it's literally impossible to dance around it and not be able to give you the truth. And that's why most of my posts are on X and Rumble, because they don't censor me. And so I highly recommend you get over there. But one of the things that got me kicked off of the old Twitter was when I said that the CV jab was not to help people, but it was to allow the towers that we just saw better communicate with the body. And I didn't even say CV. I said the jabs. And they said, medical misinformation on CV. And I said, I didn't say anything about CV. So this is how they're the other ones are still stopping us from having these real conversations. So I'm going to challenge you, to YouTubers and the Facebookers, that you need to get out of your comfort zone on those platforms, because we shouldn't even be giving them our eyes. We shouldn't even be giving them any kind of support whatsoever. And as long as you're there, you're doing that. Rumble isn't that hard to figure out. X isn't that hard to figure out. I know it's another platform, but it's the new battlefield. And I implore you to go over there, because I'm about to drop Facebook and YouTube and get into some real stuff. And you want to be able to hear the real stuff. So anyway, somebody put that in. It's not related necessarily, but it is related, because what I told you about the Melinda Gillis, thank you so much for your donation. Much, much appreciated. Because what I you know, what I was saying earlier about the force is the neurolinguistic programming, and they used neurolinguistic programming and they matched it with LSD back in the 60s. That's why all that LSD was going into the schools in the 60s and 70s, the universities, because they were getting people into the MK Ultra program through the use of LSD and neurolinguistic programming, which is basically like um, hypnosis, right? And so, with that in mind, what's important to understand is the same things that allowed that in the LSD that opened up the mind to be able to be easily programmed are now in the pharmaceuticals. So they don't need the LSD anymore. All they need is the people that are on these antidepressant drugs. And that is why so many of the shootings are happening with all of them are happening with people that are on these drugs. Do you understand that? So it's not just that they're responding and they're going into the side effects on those, which is homicidal thoughts, suicidal thoughts, etc., but they're also able to program these people. I need to show you. Let me find the easiest way to this to get it to you. Here it is. I'll get to that in a second. Tony Segura, using GPS. The same dirtbag retired FBI special agent we've linked to other shooters was within 1,000 feet of this shooter's mobile devices 11 times in 14 months. That's not a coincidence. Jack Maxey said, seriously, what the fuck? FBI knew the shooter? Every time, literally every time they already know the shooter. Like, amazing, right? That's because they're MK Ultra folks. FBI Atlanta responded earlier today to Appalachia High School following reports of an active shooter. Throughout the day, FBI personnel have been coordinating with and supporting local and state law enforcement. The FBI will dedicate all available resources as requested to seek justice and bring closure for the victims and their families. In May 2023, the FBI's National Threat Operations Center received several anonymous tips about online threats to commit a school shooting at an unidentified location and time. The online threats contained photographs of guns. Within 24 hours, the FBI determined the online post originated in Georgia, and the FBI's Atlanta field office referred the information to the Jackson County Sheriff's Office for action. The Jackson County Sheriff's Office located a possible suspect, a 13-year-old male, and interviewed him and his father. The father stated he had hunting guns in the house, but the subject did not have unsupervised access to them. The subject denied making the threats online. Jackson County alerted local schools for continued monitoring of the subject. At that time, there was no probable cause for arrest or to take any additional law enforcement action on the local, state, or federal levels. They're talking about this dude. Okay. They're aware of these people because they're a part of it. Okay. The FBI needs to be dismantled, my friends. Absolutely dismantled. And just like the CIA, this is the only way forward. Because of the way things are happening, they're a part of the problem. Okay. The high school itself received a phone call on the morning. Multiple law enforcement officials tell CNN Law enforcement officials in Georgia say that Appalachia High School received a phone call this morning warning that there would be shootings at 5 schools and that Appalachia would be the first. It is not known who placed the call. Officials tell CNN they are investigating the call and where it originated. Well, this could be part of the cover-up, okay, of the whole thing. And why does it keep going to that? Into Thin Air has been doing some great work. I need all reports, videos you can find that talk about the shooters being graduates of the school. This is very important. Excuse me. To get and collect this info now, please link everything on this below. I have proof that this is planned and an expected event with multiple shooters. Okay. And here's the info so far. 4 dead, 9 wounded after shooting. We're not hearing audio on this. Yeah, we're not getting audio, fortunately. Nah, get me out of this school, RN, right now. Update, there are 4 shooters. One has been caught. The one that got caught admitted that their plan was to go to another school next. Also, one of the shooters were apparently a football player, and the coach was shot and killed.
It was flooded with police officers and a lot of deputies.
So I want to be clear. You saw the gunman come to your classroom door?
Yes, sir. He was my classmate.
What is going through your mind? This isn't every ordinary day.
Why doesn't the interviewer ask who it was?
Hey, you're seeing the gun. Just walk us through that, because to a lot of people watching, you're young.
Yeah.
You should not have to deal with that. Walk us through this if you can.
I mean, I just kind of got up, was getting ready. I mean, I never, a lot of people say that it's something that you never really think is going to happen. It's not something that goes through your mind in the morning, and it's really not something that goes through your mind in the morning. As soon as I got to school, I was excited. I really wanted to be at school that day.
School that day versus today?
It was just complete, bust, because I was hoping for a good day, and it just turned into a terrible one for families and everyone.
How many gunshots do you remember hearing, if you can even remember how many?
At our door, I'm going to say 4. I remember hearing 4. And then he went to the other classroom next to ours, and I'm pretty sure I heard 6, 8 gunshots. And then I'm pretty sure he moved on to another hall because I heard more gunshots.
Have you processed this? I don't know if you have. This has just happened. How are you even processing this?
I don't know. I'm kind of in shock.
This shooter, did they see anybody? Have they heard if that was a student at the school?
They said that it was students that was at the school the previous year, and it was more than one shooter. They said that it was 3 different shooters because they had heard shots on different areas of the school campus. So my oldest granddaughter is in the 12th grade. Then I have 2 that's in the 9th grade. And so my grandson, one of his friends, was shot and killed. And my granddaughter, one of her best friend's sister, was shot in the arm. But I don't know if she's okay.
This shooter, did they see anybody? Have they heard if that?
So some of this footage you've already seen, some of it's old, but I want to go to Into Thin Air and see what he has recently. Into Thin Air has been the one talking about this anomaly off the coast of Antarctica that keeps popping up, and which tells us it's something very unnatural, right? I don't know what the kids are picking their nose there, but let me see. See, YouTube is already censoring his video on the Appalachia school shooting. Let me get through this, and I'll get back to it. But here's the thing: if people really want to do something about this problem of these school shootings, being a gun-free zone obviously doesn't work. My audience, I'm preaching to the choir here. That doesn't stop somebody that wants to do something evil. Okay. And yeah, it's like the Texas shooting where the parents not knowing what grade their child was in. Yeah, remember that? And by the way, that young lady, she was young enough, she would have had to have parental permission for that television interview. Why were the parents there? What's the story behind that? Rebecca says, my nephew was there in the classroom next to where the shooting happened. Rebecca, wow, holy cow. Rebecca, what can you tell us about this? What can you tell us? Is did your nephew hear shots in different parts of the school? What are the kids saying? What can you tell us? You could be a real huge, information piece for us here. Bonnie says teachers with pew-pews would have stopped it. Absolutely. But the only thing, hold on one sec. Hey, bud. I'm live now. I saw that. Yeah. Thanks. I'm on 24. But I'm going to drop them both shortly before I get into some other stuff. All right. Thanks, pal. See ya. It was just Hawk checking on me, telling me that 25 is down. I haven't found out why yet. I'll find out later. But yeah, the only thing that's going to stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. We know this, and so we know this present situation doesn't work. So anybody that really wants to help, help this situation, it's not political. It's common sense. You have to have good people with guns at the school to stop any bad people with guns. And if you're the FBI, you gotta follow these people. You gotta track them. But that's not what the FBI does, because the FBI benefits from these things happening. They're a part of it without question. I'm not saying all FBI is bad, but a lot of people in the FBI are bad. The father of the shooter was just arrested, Lorraine says. Interesting. Wow. Yes, please hit the thumbs up. Thank you, Marta. Good to see you. How many veterans do we have? Retired veterans that would do it for free, or they do it for lunch and breakfast maybe, or just not much money at all. Folks, this is so easy to fix. But the politicians, their goal is to take our guns and to make it harder to get guns and harder to buy ammunition. Yes, he heard the shots being fired. Rebecca, what else can you tell us? Like, just dump everything you know. He is saying there was more than one. Thank you. That's beautiful. That's important, right? Interesting. Yeah, probably a drill going on or something. Was there any drill going on before that happened? Let's see. It was an inside job. Rumble's not working for you, Bamlo. What's going on with that? Is it just your connection? Let's see. Rebecca says, I'm trying to get some live footage to upload with the Georgia State Patrol. That would be great. Please let us know where you're going to do that, and we'll get to you. I'd be happy to show any footage as well. Yeah, these are planned. These are false flags. These are absolutely false flags. And I'm gonna take you to something too. But I want to make sure I get everything that Rebecca has, before I go, said there was 4 there. Wow. Okay. 4 shooters can do a lot of damage. Also, another reason why you want to have more than one armed person at the school. And the teachers, there's no reason why the teachers, folks, I guarantee you, the accidents that would occur by having somebody, armed that knows what they're doing, some people armed and know what they're doing on campus, it's going to be less than the shootings themselves. Veterans would be the best guards for the schools. Absolutely. But veterans, here's the other thing, folks, that is so important. Let's look at Uvalde for a second. Let's look at, what do you call it? Israel over in Park, New Park, whatever the hell it was called in Florida. And how the officers stayed outside, right? And they didn't go in. It has to be somebody with skin in the game. A veteran with a grandchild at the school. A parent with a child at the school. You with me? Okay. It has to be somebody that and that knows these children and loves these children and wants to and would give their life to protect these children. Not somebody that's, making $24 an hour as a cop who wants to go home and see his wife and kids. That's not who we're looking for. You got to have somebody with skin in the game. And we could pay the vets and get them off the streets. Use some of the money that's going overseas. Use all the money that's going overseas. They don't want to stop it. If they did, would have solved it by now. So sad to see this happening over and over again. Jan, absolutely. And folks, the same thing. These school shootings. Don't get up on your soapbox and talk about how much you care about the kids as a politician when you're allowing them to leave school, go to McDonald's, go to Burger King, go to Chick-fil-A, go to all these fast food places, all this junk food places, have all these, horrible chemicals in the food in the supermarkets, have heart disease as the number 1 killer in the United States without getting serious. If you're really serious about the children, you would get them off the high fructose corn syrup. You'd get them off sugar. You'd get them off the all the chemicals found in the food if you really care about these children, right? Rumble stopped working for me right after watching, and we know. Maggie, sorry to hear that. Was that just tonight? Let's see. Father was arrested and charged with 2 counts of murder and other charges. He let the boy have the gun. Craig, good to know. Okay, Rebecca, absolutely. Yes, please get us anything you can. And if you would, Rebecca, just please copy down this email where you can send it to me, and I'll get whatever you send, up on the show. Thank you for that. Let's see. I'm afraid of the teachers. The teachers are liberal. Sad to say. Absolutely. Bro says we have undercover marshals at our schools in Southeast Texas. Works real well. Mostly veterans and ex-police. This is good. 5-on-5 on Rumble. Yeah, and the girl was laughing when talking. I don't know if that's nervousness or whatever. Yeah. So, let's see. Is Trump on Hannity now? What's a link? What's a good link for Hannity Live right now? Let's see, because we got some good stuff. Let me see if I can get. If you guys could send me to that email, send me a link to where where we could watch Trump with Hannity, I would pull that up. Let's see. Okay. All right. So I want to go. I want to go to this video of Into Thin Air with you here now. Let me start it over here and pull it up for you. Let me just get through all the chat, make sure I'm not missing anything. Hi, Debbie. Welcome. Hey, Mark. Good to see you. Parkland. Yeah, Parkland. That's what I was trying to think of. Yeah, the teachers, I mean, a lot of them, they're very close with the kids. They would protect the kids without question. Give them that option. Let's see. Let's see. I think most every shooter was on antidepressants or went off of them. Let's see. A lot of cops are about their safety. I do support the police, so don't hit me with that. No, I mean, I support the police as well, but there's some, bad actors in every profession. And, I think people have to have skin in the game to be that much more effective. Let's see. And probably almost every school has vets that are teachers, especially with the ROTC programs. That's a good point. Yeah. Oh, plus the 75 jabs they get at the kids in the school. If they're really concerned about the kids in the school, yeah, I don't think so. Folks, we're up to 900 across the platforms, plus another 610, so we're up over 1,500. Please share this out. No, I haven't gone over those comms yet. I'm going to do that now, Mark. I'm going to do that after the Into Thin Air, or maybe before. Let's see. Let me just get through, make sure I'm not missing anything from y'all. Let's see. Check out Scavino's new post. I'll check that out. Looking at Trump Tower. Let's see. What was last night? Awaken Trillium. Was it the arrest? Are you talking about? Yeah. Oh, the Hannity with Trump was last night. That's what I thought too. I just thought maybe he went back on again, because I'm going to show something on that. Yeah, the comms led to the shooting without question. Okay, thank you. This is just like the race relations, Dana. Plan on more shootings in Kamala to start talking on gun control. That is the niche to pull people to the Dem side. They have nothing left. Absolutely, folks. This is all planned to get people over to her side. That's a great point. I got to tell you guys a story. Oh my God. From yesterday. Let me check. Okay. This is the
be woke if you were screaming at him for 5 weeks. We took out 100% of the ISIS caliphate in 4 weeks. It was supposed to take 5 years. And I got to meet the real generals, and they are unbelievable. Our military is unbelievable. Remember it. Unbelievable. There's no wokeness. There's no wokeness. All we're going to do is you go out, you get your degree, you work hard, you're going to see a different country. We have to get elected. If we don't get elected, I don't know what's going to happen to our country. I just don't know. They're so bad. And normally I wouldn't say that. I'd say, well, they're working. They're a Democrat. These aren't Democrats. These are people long beyond Democrats. When I used to say to Sean on his show, I'd say our country, Sean, will never be a socialist country. And it won't. It'll be a communist country. They skipped socialism. We cannot let this happen to our country, because if it does happen, we'll never be able to come back. We'll never be able to make a comeback from it. So we're going to have a big election. This is Pennsylvania, a very important, the Commonwealth. You never want to call it a state, the Commonwealth. If you ever call it a state, I've seen their political career ruined by saying the state of Pennsylvania. No, you never want to call it a state. Now, I'll tell you how dishonest they are. They'll take that one little statement where I said the state of Pennsylvania, and they'll play it, the state of Pennsylvania. They'll cut it.
Well, there's one other thing.
Let me just, because they're fake. And one thing we should say, not him and not Fox, and we have a couple of others out there that are good, but the biggest, a great enemy to this country is the fake news media. It's a big, big enemy. And they have to change their ways. They have to change their ways.
Before we let the president go, because this is airing part 2 on Thursday night, I want to ask you one final question. In 5 nights, you'll be on the stage, not with me, but with Kamala Harris. Now, if I'm going to make a prediction, I think she's going to try and annoy, agitate, irritate, frustrate, and piss you off, to use a phrase. And are you aware of how she debates, and probably every name in the book she can call you, and without giving away your tactic?
Yeah, you don't want to do that, but when I had Biden, you and I had the same discussion, and I let him talk. I'm going to let her talk, because, you've all seen it. There are those that say that Biden is smarter than she is, okay? And if that's the case, we have a problem. But, debating's an interesting thing. I've been in many debates. I think I probably won because of debating, maybe. We had a lot of debates with the Republicans. Then we had Crooked Hillary. We had a lot of different people we had to debate. And we had some great debates. You do remember the Rosie O'Donnell debate. Remember Rosie O'Donnell? She's a real great one. Isn't she a great one? Anyway, but a debate is interesting. You can go in with all the strategy you want, but you have to sort of feel it out as the debate's taking place. I've seen it. You go in there and you have a strategy. Mike Tyson made the statement, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. It's true. It was a brilliant statement. It's a brilliant statement. So I could tell Sean exactly what I'm going to do, but, things change. It depends a lot on ABC. Will they be fair or not? If they're not going to be fair, I'm going to be a little bit different than if they are. I hope they're going to be fair. We're putting a lot of reliance on a network which is known for being extremely hostile to the people in this room and to, I think, 75, 80% of the country, if you want to really know the truth. But, Sean, all I can say is this. I've seen Mitt Romney go and lock himself into a log cabin for 4 or 5 weeks, and then he came out and he was horrible in the debate. He couldn't talk. He gained great knowledge. He couldn't talk. And Candy Crowley came out and she made a terrible statement that turned out to be wrong, but it destroyed the guy. But look, you have to, the way I look at debating, I think I've been really practicing all my life for this stuff. I mean, ultimately, that's what it's sort of about. So it'll be an interesting evening. And the Biden debate was a very interesting evening. I was sort of surprised by it a little bit, by, what he did and the way he reacted. And you don't know how somebody's going to react. Even a professional, you don't know how they're going to react. And you have to sort of go with it as you get up there, Sean. I'd love to give you an answer. This is what I'm going to do, Sean. But when you get up there, you sort of, because I've done a lot of it. I went from never having debated to having done a lot of debates.
But if she knows she's going to try and annoy you, but that's
Well,
not
I think
happen.
we have a bigger problem. I think that ABC will try and annoy
I
him.
bet that too.
Okay.
President Donald Trump. Thank you, Harrisburg. All right, many thanks to our friends in Harrisburg, PA, and it was great to see so many of you. When we come back, Vladimir Putin just endorsed a candidate in the 2024 presidential election. Spoiler alert, it's the Democrats.
The I think that you guys know that Putin kind of endorsed Kamala today, right? But I think he was making fun. I think he was trolling because without question he wants Trump back in because they're a part of the alliance and Trump's going to stop all money to Ukraine. Without question. Let me see here. I want to get you to okay, let me get you. Well, there's a couple things I want to get you to. But let's on this subject, okay? The decades of evidence are these SSRIs, and guess who just picked up his squeak toy? Robert Kennedy Jr. said any conversation about gun violence is incomplete if it doesn't touch on mental health and the suppressed evidence implicating SSRIs in suicide and homicide. The Vigilant Fox and it will go straight to there. Do SSRI antidepressants cause mass shootings? A closer look at decades of evidence. This is Vigilant Fox. Once the SSRIs entered the market, there has been a wave of SSRI suicides and unspeakable acts of violence. The antidepressants have a variety of horrendous side effects. These include sometimes causing the individual to become agitated, feeling they can't be in their skin, turning psychotic, and occasionally becoming violently psychotic. During these psychoses, individuals can have out-of-body experiences where they commit lethal violence either to themselves or others. As lawsuits later showed, this violent behavior and the frequent suicides that followed it were observed throughout the SSRI clinical trials, but were covered up by the SSRI manufacturers and then the drug regulators, e.g. the FDA. Sadly, the idea that the SSRIs could cause any of this has always been viewed as a conspiracy theory or mistaking correlation with causation because very few are aware of the extensive evidence linking SSRIs to violent and psychotic behavior, despite it now being on the warning label of those drugs. This post was a condensed version of the article written by Midwestern Doc. Give him a follow. I already follow him, but give him a follow at Midwestern Doc. And then repost to bring debate to this important topic and read Midwestern Doc's entire article in the comments below. These are the mass shootings in the psychiatric medications. Designates they also committed suicide. 1989, Prozac killed 8, wounded 12. 1998, Prozac killed 4, wounded 25. And the first one committed suicide. 1999, Zoloft Luvox, killed 4, wounded 25, killed himself. 2001, Paxil Effexor took 24 hostage, no memory of it. No memory of it. That's another key to the mind control, is that they control so that you don't remember certainly who trained you to do it or told you to do it. 2005, Prozac killed 9, wounded 5, killed himself. 2007, Unk SSRI killed 9, wounded 1, killed himself. 2007, Unk Psych Meds killed 32, wounded 17, killed himself. Trazodone, 2007, wounded 4, killed himself. 2008, Prozac killed 5, wounded 21, killed himself. 2006, Fanapt killed 26. That was Lanza, Sandy Hook, supposedly. killed himself. 2012, Zoloft killed 12, wounded 70. 2013, Trazodone killed 12, wounded 3. Since Prozac entered the market, there have been many horrific suicides, murders, and massacres. Many have reported sudden homicidal thoughts and hallucinations or out-of-body events that detach them from reality. Lawsuits showed the manufacturers knew all this from their trials. The media used to report on a shooter's medication usage. Now it doesn't, and there are likely many more of these shootings. Why aren't the media reporting on this? Well, because the mainstream media is controlled by the pharmaceutical companies. They're financing now 70 to 76% of all ad revenue on these corporate behemoth media companies are supported by the pharmaceutical companies. That's all the money from them. That's it. That's it, my friends. Okay. That's all of it. That's why you're not getting the information. That's why we're being censored. That's why YouTube is even trying to take us off. Thank you, executive producer and patron Pumpkin Buster. Appreciate you. So my friends, this is something that we have to get the word out about and make sure that we're taking care with this information and making sure it's accurate in all conversations. So I'm going to let's see. I might tell you that story later. Let me pull this together, which was I think I bookmarked it. I don't think I shared it yet, but I will be sharing it. Bear with me here, my friends. Okay. Man, I did a lot today on X. A lot. Okay, this is here, let me just show you this video. I like I've done a show with Mike King. I don't know these other guys, but I want to share their work because obviously they're they reported this today. They are doing somebody else's work as well. Oh, I think it was Truce. I think it was Joe Rambo that did the original. Let me take us to that. I want to give him the credit. Here we go. Okay. All right, here it is. I'm sharing it right now on my X, and then let me get the screen to you. This is Joe Rambo at Brainstorm Joe. Please give at Brainstorm Joe a follow, who follows me as well. So, hey, Joe, great job with this particular catch, this decode. And here's the first one. Check this out.
For your particular, for the Commonwealth, you have no choice but to allow it.
16 minutes and 30 seconds are up. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much. The president has spoken for a total of 16 minutes and 30 seconds. I'll say
Twice. He said 16 minutes and 30 seconds, right? Let me bring that up for you. So we go to 16:30. And as you know, we always look for things that seem out of line or kind of odd or mentioned more than once. And Hannity, not only did he interrupt Trump very kind of rudely, because Trump was obviously right in the middle of something, right? But he also said to 1630. Well, let me take you to 1630. June 28th, 2018. Law enforcement should interview the therapists. Each shooter has one coincidentally. Targets. Relocation within 30 days of each shooting. New name. FBI doesn't know this. Spooks are hard to find. Dream to reality. Q. Also, notice the number of Masons that we've shown being interviewed after such events. Why are Freemasons on the scene of most shooting locations, openly giving interviews or in background shots? Symbolism will be their downfall, right? Okay. Now, I want you to notice this is a repost, okay, of a previous drop that was dropped not at 6:23:24, but at 6:19:24. Okay. So it takes us to, but we'll get there in a second. Let me take you back to this. Then Hannity later says this. "16 minutes and 29 seconds. 16 minutes and 29 seconds. I'm sorry. Let me share that again. Hey, Jasper, come here. Come here. Okay. I'm going to play this for you, and I'm going to go get Jasper a bone. So, because I've actually been meaning to get him a bone. So, that my sister gave me for him. So let me play this for you. And it's only 16 seconds, so I'll try to hustle. But here it is.
Radical beliefs on the economy, in her own words, according to Kamala, her values have not changed. We don't know where she stands because she's only done an interview for 16 minutes and 29 seconds spoken. So on the issue of the economy, radical beliefs on the economy, in her own words, according to Kamala, her values have not changed. We don't know where she stands because she's only done an interview for 16 minutes and 29 seconds spoken.
16 minutes and 29 seconds, right? So let's go to 16:29. Excuse me. 16:29 is the drop that was shared on 16:30. Law enforcement should interview the therapist. Each shooter has one, coincidentally. Targets, question, relocation within 30 days of each shooting, new name, FBI doesn't know this, spooks are hard to find, dream to reality. What does dream to reality mean? Well, let me share that with you. Google whistleblower Project DeepMind, AI Manhattan Project. Google is developing AI for planetary surveillance. Former Google senior software developer Zach Voorhees appeared on SiriusXM's Breitbart with host Rebecca Mansour to discuss Google's relationship with Communist China and the company's artificial intelligence project DeepMind, which has been called the AI Manhattan Project. DeepMind disputed Voorhees' comments in a statement to Breitbart News, saying it does not have operations in China. We know that Google has worked with the Chinese Communist Party in having a censored Google version in China. We already know that, okay? Google has gotten in trouble in the past for doing business with the Communist government of China, Mansour said, and I wanted to ask you, were those efforts ongoing when you were with the company? Can you give us any insight into that? Because it was quite troubling. So Google bought this AI company called DeepMind, Voorhees replied. Let me just put it in plain language, what that is. DeepMind was creating a godlike AI system that is able to ingest the available public information on the internet and make sense of it. Think of it like Amazon Alexa, except much, much, much more intelligent. This AI system was moved out of the UK, I believe, and placed into China, and it's been dubbed the AI Manhattan Project. Voorhees continued. DeepMind said it's not, have operations in China. We don't believe them. Voorhees continued. Peter Thiel is somebody who has supported Trump, has invested in Rumble, has invested in Palantir, which is an AI on steroids that will also be farming all of our information. So, and Peter Thiel also founded PayPal. He's a huge investor. He accused Google of acting in a treasonous way. This is how serious this project is. So Peter Thiel said Google is acting treasonously. It's the most sophisticated and advanced AI project in the world, made by an American company and placed in China. Voorhees stated, when people think of surveillance, by the way, Zach Voorhees, my friends, I shared Zach with you when he first came out to Project Veritas. James. Why am I forgetting his name? Just blanking. James O'Keefe, when he was with Project Veritas, Voorhees came to him because he trusted him with this information. And Voorhees told us that in 2016, the Democrats rigged the election through Google, and that how absolutely effective it was, and that's why the race was close with Trump, and Trump almost lost, was because of Google. This is Voorhees. When people think of surveillance, they usually think of country surveillance. This is planetary surveillance of all information that is available on the surface web, and also any sources that it can get in the deep web, and utilizing Google's extensive deep analysis of its book scanning stuff. So think of the Library of Alexandria of all available websites that you can search for, and all that data gets fused together, and a decision-making process gets formed because of that. This is essentially what the Google DeepMind project is all about. Okay, now back to the drop. February 18th, 2018, Project Deep Dream V2A in kill brackets. Q, do you believe in coincidences? Okay, now, similar thing here. Interesting, this was prioritized, routed. Google Threat Analysis Group, entry catalog, Deep Dreaming, Young Dragonfly. Let me take you to this Twitter to see if it's still there. Shane Huntley said, waiting outside a lunch plane in Silicon Valley today, a lunch place, I'm sorry, in Silicon Valley today, I overhear a middle-aged woman calmly explaining QAnon to her friend, and how it's all part of some grand plan by Trump to rebuild the U.S. government. Jarring to run across this in the real world here. And then I responded timber to that dude, because it's all going down. But this Project Deep Dream and V2, okay, this V2 is what is known as voice to skull. And many of you have already checked into this. Voice to skull technology, your ethical guide, it involves transmitting audio signals directly into an individual's head using microwaves, bypassing the normal auditory system. Again, what I told you about the MK Ultra was the neuro-linguistic programming. So in order for them to get to program that person. They would get them on LSD or these psychiatric drugs now, and then they would program them verbally. The voice to skull technology bypasses the auditory system and goes straight into the brain through microwaves. The origins of V2K date back to the 60s when the microwave auditory effect was discovered. Over time, this led to speculative theories about mind control and surveillance using V2K. Folks, they've been on this now for what? 64 years or 60 years. You don't think they've figured it out? Specific patents related to V2K are scarce and disputed. Some sources attribute a supposed V2K patent to Alex Roth, further fueling conspiracy theories. The two potential V2K devices include a neuroelectromagnetic device using microwaves and a silent sound device for subliminal messaging. However, evidence for their existence is questionable. So this is real. And Project Deep Dream, Q has asked us about the dream to reality is the deep dream into reality. Okay. Here, this is 799, February 21st. I want to make sure that you're with me here. Oh no, did I just lose you on that? You guys were following on me on that page that I was reading, right? Let me get to your comments. Oh, good call. Boom Q. Dave, that's why Yuval Noah Harari says humans are now hackable. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Hackable since early 2005. Yeah, this was back in 2018 when Q was talking about this, guys, right? Let's see. Thank you, Ren. Sorry about that. Sorry I lost you. Yeah, Hannity has a script, guys, right? Hannity's reading the script that they're giving him, right? Why would Hannity give comms? He is scum. Same reason, Dom, that I believe that people like what's his name? Man, something's going on with me tonight. Holy cow. No, what the hell's his name? He left Fox. He's now giving us good stuff, right? Dilly said he lives close to the school, and the chatter is that one student was going through transition. Okay. One of the things I said today was, let me find it. But thank you, Joe Rambo, for that. That was pretty badass. Here, I gotta get to it a different way here. Let me get to this. Oh, here it is. When I did my where are my controls here? There they are. Got to make this a little smaller. There we go. When I saw this post, I said mental illness isn't confined to one area of life. So you're either mentally ill or you're not. And if you're a boy that thinks he's a girl, you're mentally ill. Now, that can be helped mentally, but there's not as much money in that and there's not as much chaos in that as actually physically performing surgeries on these people and transitioning them and turning them into Frankensteins. This is the agenda that the Western medicine, Rockefeller medicine model is on. And so that's why we're seeing the things that we are seeing. So back to this, this Q drop. We've got at Snowden, where are you? Not Russia. Eyes on. You are now a liability. Helping at Jack, which is Twitter. Project Deep Dream, V2A, we will never forget. ES failed. Who's ES? Eric Schmidt. Where is ES? Well, we know that ES had interacted with China and North Korea. John Perry Barlow put up the internet, the ethics, if you will, for the internet. Define the end. The day of reckoning is upon us. John 3:16. So this also mentions that V2 skull technology. And it also takes us to Jason Bourne, okay? Because the Jason Bourne films are all about how Jason Bourne was programmed to be an assassin, okay? Privacy rights. Aaron Kalor, CEO of social media giant Deep Dream. Kalor is the public face of corporate social responsibility in the internet age. But he was, and John Perry Barlow, who they mentioned earlier, was before him, but is now dead. Maybe. I think he might have some involvement with Q, possibly. But he was secretly funded by Dewey in the startup stage. Dewey intends to use Deep Dream for real-time mass surveillance alongside the latest incarnation of the CIA's targeted assassination beta program known as Iron Hand. When Kalor has second thoughts about giving the CIA access to Deep Dream, Dewey authorizes the asset to assassinate Kalor and Lee. This is the story. I'm sorry. Bourne thwarts the assassinations and confronts Dewey and his suite. Dewey appeals to Bourne's sense of patriotism as he stalls for time. Bourne kills Jeffers, Dewey's right-hand man, and Lee kills Dewey before he can shoot Bourne. So this is all this story, but it's actually very accurate in that's why Q is bringing up John Perry Barlow, right? So Q has warned us about this. Now, Q is talking about this again, folks, in 2018. Okay. Iron Eagle, Sweet Dreams. Project Deep Dream, John Perry Barlow, Internet Pioneer. Let's see. Why was Jason Bourne's CIA dream repeated? Think social media platforms. Who are the wizards and warlocks? What council of the wizard and warlocks control? Think Snowden, inside terms dropped. Alice in Wonderland understood. Snow White. So this is about over and over and over again, these suggestions, and they're using social media for much of it. That's how they're doing it. It's Jason Bourne's CIA dream. This is all the same thing, folks. Okay. Did I lose you again on the? I don't know why I keep losing the thing. Sorry about that. Let's see. Bamlo is saying 4850. Mr. Russia collusion pusher himself now involved knowingly. Let me go to 4850. And maybe I was just there and I didn't pay attention. But let me take us to it. House Intelligence Committee to hold virtual open hearing on misinformation and conspiracy theories online. What happens when too many people don't buy what they're selling? When too many people wake up? What happens when they lose control of the digital battlefield? Mr. Russia, collusion pusher himself, now involved knowingly. Are we talking Schiff? Let's see. Yeah, well, they've lost control of the digital battlefield with Twitter. And that's what they're saying about this. That's what they're saying about Twitter. Okay. Yeah, this is exactly what that was. Bam Love, thank you. Let's see. Yeah, Putin didn't support Kamala. That was a joke. Let's see. He was totally trolling. Let's see. Yeah, most likely part of the plan as it helps Trump and shows he's not inclusion with him in the public eye. Renz, that's a great point. Yeah, absolutely. Part of the plan. Hey, Dave, related to the recent Trump interviews, have you seen my decode on the Lex Friedman interview? I've mentioned him to you before. Not sure what to make of it, Lex, but seems like a fairly. Yeah, I did watch some of that interview, and I think I did see your post. But I'll check that out, Derek. Let me get through this. Please remind me if I don't get back to that, but I want to stay on this shooting. I'm kind of wrapping up the shooting, actually. Those comms, guys. I mean, think about those comms from Hannity and Trump after it happened, right? Because this was last night, so it was after it happened. So basically, what they're saying is interview the therapists, because Trump, the Q and Q know about this, and they drop those Q drops to let us know that they're on top of it. They know what's going on, and yeah, I think that's a beautiful thing. It makes me sleep much better at night and dream better at night, right? So yeah. Hold on. I don't know this. Cheryl, John Perry Barlow was also Bob Weir's songwriter, lyricist of the Grateful Dead. Is that true? If I knew that, I've forgotten it. Lion's Mane. Vicky, I got to get some Lion's Mane. I tell you what, guys, with the next donation, I'm getting some Lion's Mane. Okay. That, support the Lion's Mane, my friends, please. My mind, I tell you, I'm taking some stuff. I'll let you know how it goes, because I've only been on it a couple of weeks, and I want to give it some time to really kick in. But it's some. I think it's some good stuff, because I'm also taking some heart stuff. They're vitamins, and it's also got a detox as well. But I'll share that with you if it works for me. I don't share anything with you that I don't try myself. Yeah. Please share this out if you haven't, my friends. I really do appreciate that, and that helps us grow. Let me get to I want to say, okay, this is big, and I'm going back. I'm going to stay with I'm going to go to this. I don't think let me do this first. Let's see. I'm going to, I also, Sir Oliver, I don't know if you're with me or not tonight, but I have been meaning to ask you to come on and talk about New York. And if you can't do it tonight, please do it. please come on tomorrow or sometime over the weekend, because I want to hear your thoughts on what we're seeing here with you join tonight or tomorrow live now. Okay, so I just sent that because I want to see what he's hearing on the street with of New York. I wanted to show you that 9-minute piece first on the shooter, and I want you to see this because if you haven't seen hold on at Into Thin Air. If you haven't seen Into Thin Airs, I want to make sure you've seen this. And here it is. Oh, I already had it pulled up for you. Okay. I just needed to so this is about 9 minutes long. If you've already seen it, then you can take a break, but this is I think this is going to be good. And I haven't seen it yet, so I'm watching it with you for the first time. But I know his work, so I know it's good. Please give him a follow, folks. He does.
All right, my friends, welcome back. I'm sure by now you have heard about the Appalachia High School shooting. Now, yes, a very touchy subject, but I have some things I need to share with you before they are kind of removed from the internet. Know what I'm talking about? And that is this post right here. Now, of course, we are just speculating here. We are collecting evidence, and I want you to draw your own conclusions based on what you see in these videos I'm going to play for you. I want you to decide what you're seeing here. Also, very important, please keep this in mind. Not only did the FBI already have this specific 14-year-old on their radar, as proven right here, but the high school also received a phone call the morning of the event warning that this might take place at that school and 4 other high schools. My friends, this video is going to blow you away. Take a listen to this. So I'm going to read this for you very quick. This tweet I posted goes on to say, more evidence of multiple shooters in Appalachia High School, up to 4. And I'm going to show you exactly why I'm saying this. I spoke directly to a parent of a student who attends school very close to Appalachia High School. The snapshot is from her claiming there were 4 shooters. And as of now, they told me one was in custody, one was a football player who went after their football coach. We've been able to verify that the defensive coordinator at that high school was shot and is no longer with us. And they're saying 2 more unaccounted for based on this evidence. Now, they also had planned on moving on to another high school. That is something you will also see within this evidence. In the first video, how did this young kid get from one end of the school to the other? They show a map of 2 areas of the high school in which there were people hurt and shot. For this kid to be able to cover that distance in such a short time just does not make sense. Now I'm going to play you these videos and you're going to be blown away by what you hear. I'm going to show you this interview with a young girl that they posted on Fox Now, and it's one of the more strange interviews I've ever heard. Listen to the words that she uses here. You're going to hear this girl say that the suspect that she saw was one of her classmates, and then watch what the interviewer does not do.
It was
Did you just hear that? Listen very closely. What did she just say?
I really wanted to be at school that day.
I really wanted to be at school that day. That day is today. So why didn't she say, I really wanted to be at school today? Very, very weird choice of words.
I just skipped that because you guys already heard that.
Words here.
I really wanted to be at school that day.
I really wanted to be at school that day. Unreal. Here we go.
And like, it was just complete like bust because I was hoping for a good day and it just turned into a terrible one for families and everyone.
How many gunshots do you remember hearing, if you can even remember how many?
At our door, I'm going to say 4. I remember hearing 4. And then he went to the other classroom next to ours, and I'm pretty sure I heard like 6, 8 gunshots. And then I'm pretty sure he moved on to another hall because I heard more gunshots.
Have you processed this? I don't know if you have. This has just happened. How are you even processing this?
I don't know. I'm kind of in shock.
Kind of in shock. Okay, so that clip right there is very important because there's some mishaps there. You're getting some details from a young child. Yes, I understand that. They may be nervous or anything, but I found out that for any of these children to have been on camera yesterday, they had to have had permission from their parents. So this girl's parents allowed her to do this, or else it would not have been aired. So right away, you're left with questions, okay? Because this came out while they were also talking about the fact that other suspects had gone to the school previously and were witnessed by other students, kids who had graduated. Now, I'm going to prove that to you right now in another video. Okay, now you're going to hear some testimony from a mother who lives in the area, whose children go to these schools and who know children at this school. And after this video, we're going to look at some screenshots of text between parents and children. And then I'm going to show you one more video that has to do with the coach, the football coach, being shot while the other suspect is apparently on the other end of the school. So here, take a listen to this first and listen to what this lady has to say about kids who graduated already being involved in this event, which would totally rip apart the story that we're dealing with a single 14-year-old kid. Here we go.
This shooter, did they see anybody? Have they heard if that was a student at the school?
Well, they said that it was students, students that
It was students
at the school the previous year, and it was more than one shooter. They said that it was three different shooters because they had heard shots on different areas of the school campus.
Exactly.
So my oldest granddaughter is in the 12th grade. Then I have two that's in the 9th grade. And so my grandson, one of his friends, was shot and killed. And my granddaughter, one of her best friend's sister, was shot in the arm. But I don't know if she's okay.
Okay, so that's some wild testimony. This lady just said that she's heard about at least 3 suspects on the property because of the gunfire happening in different places at the same time. That is also verified on a map because there's a group of people that were injured on one side of the school and a group that were injured on the other. And keep in mind how young a 14-year-old kid is to be able to pull something like this off. All right, so I want to take a look at this screenshot. I was in direct contact with this mother. I have her information. I have everything, the conversation. So this is legit info. And in this screenshot here that she sent me was a screenshot that her son sent her. And here we go. Check this out. Update. There are 4 suspects. 1 has been caught. The one that got caught admitted that their plan was to go to Jaxco School next, another high school in the area. Also, one of the shooters were apparently a football player, and then the coach was then attacked and is no longer with us. So that verifies reports of why the football coach was targeted, and it also verifies that we have at least 3 different suspects. So in this final video here, they talk about how the suspect was carrying out his whatever in the gym area. That's going to be key information because the other part of this incident was on the other end of the school. And take a listen to some of these details. Stuff is horrible.
Over the doorway, that is the gymnasium. We are told that that is one of the locations of the shooting and that the coach went to open a door and was shot.
The coach went to open a door and was shot.
And then on the opposite side of the school in the J
Listen.
hallway, I am told that is another scene of the shooting. And when we looked at a map of the school that a student provided to us, you could really see how far apart these 2 locations were.
This is key evidence right here.
It really was a lot of time that it must have taken the suspect to get from J hallway or to the gymnasium or vice versa. So the 2 locations have a lot of distance in between them. You know, a lot of the students have talked about having to pass, you know, the bodies of either their teachers or students.
All right, so there is some very, very important information. Even this lady here on the scene is talking about how crazy it is that this kid was able to go from one location to the next in such a short time, and also why. Why would this one 14-year-old kid go target a football coach and then go to the other side of the school to J hallway to then carry out something else? This entire situation stinks, my friends. And of course, this is all just speculation and theories I'm throwing around. None of this can possibly be real. You all know that. But I need to know your thoughts, and you need to share this if you can, while you can. I have nearly 500,000 views on this post on X alone. I want to do that here on TikTok as well, and even on YouTube. Let's get this information out there so it cannot be hidden if that's what they decide to do. All right, my friends, appreciate you all. Dig in, check out the X channel, and I'll talk to you all very soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Okay, so again, that's Into Thin Air, at
Into Thin Air. So please give him a follow. He's doing some great work. He did some great work too on the assassination attempt, as I shared with you. So, my friends, this is I'm going to wrap that up with that particular topic. The other thing I wanted to mention is that the neighbors never saw this boy until this morning. They saw his two brothers, but never saw him until this morning. How odd is that? Really odd. And this is a woman that saw him leave this morning with a hood on. I want to jump to the story on Hunter. Joe Rambo, again, says, holy crap, future proofs pass with a side of Q proof, please. We were told 4 years ago per Hot Mic that Hunter took a plea, but now he is facing a 17-year sentence by changing his plea to guilty. Is everyone paying attention? Yes, friends, 17-year sentence. Remember, this is what happened 3 years ago. We showed this to you live as it was happening. I'm sorry, not live, but like that day. Here we go.
Revere their service and that of their families. But now to today's announcement. Vice President Harris and I were joined by members of our COVID-19 team, response team, Dr. Tony Fauci, our Chief COVID Medical Advisor, Javier Becerra, excuse me, our nominee for Secretary of Health.
So just so you know my life, as
Dr.
we're waiting to do this, I just agreed to
Dr. Rochelle
plea sentence
Walensky,
for,
she's going to be the director for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. And
this is a presidential address. Okay. A presidential address. Listen to this again.
COVID Medical Advisor, Javier Becerra, excuse me, our nominee for Secretary of Health.
So just so you know my life, as we're waiting to do this, I just agreed to
Dr. Rochelle
plea sentence
Walensky,
for,
she's going to be the director for this.
I just agreed to a plea sentence. Again, we addressed this as it was happening 3 years ago on this channel, and we were dumbfounded. We thought it was Hunter at the time, but we were dumbfounded that this was happening during again the presidential address. This wouldn't be an accident, my friends. This was intentional by the White Hats. Without question. Without question. And we said it then, and I'm saying it again now. But now we're also seeing what's happening with Hunter.
Not know at this point whether this is the result of some sort of plea deal. It would be reasonable to assume that there has been some deal done between the defense and the prosecution to bring about this change in plea to guilty. The question is now, what kind of sentence might he face? There were 9 charges, remember, that he faced here. 3 of those were felony charges, punishable in total by up to 17 years behind bars. So the question will be going forward, if he is now about to plead guilty, what will the sentence be? Another big question, of course, Harris, that everybody will now be asking is, will President Biden either pardon his son on this guilty plea to these tax evasion charges and indeed the gun conviction he got earlier this year in Delaware, or will he perhaps commute both of those sentences? Now, President Biden has previously said, Harris, he would do neither of those things. But here's the caveat, and it's an important one. President Biden said that, no pardon, no commutation, before he decided not to run again for the presidency. So breaking news, we have a guilty plea in this tax evasion case. We now wait to see what the terms of the deal, if indeed there is a deal, exactly those terms are, Harris.
Yeah, and Jonathan, as I've been saying this hour, all bets are off when you're not at the top of the ticket and you don't owe anybody anything. And I believe it was Kerry Urban who pointed out it'll just be a line on his Wikipedia page, maybe, if he commutes his sentence or pardons him altogether. So what does he have to lose as a father?
Sure.
So he may very well go back on that campaign promise because he's not campaigning for himself any longer. Maximum sentence, 17 years for what he faces today.
Yep.
What this does do, Jonathan, is speed up the timeline, because now you're going to get a sentence faster. You're not trying to fight the case. And that does leave some room then, I would imagine, for some leverage in the case and plea, and
Sorry, I covered with you years ago the possibility that Hunter has already turned state's evidence, if you will, and that the laptops maybe weren't an accident. So what is the reality there? What's the possibility of him working with the White Hats? Possibly to give up the whole operation. Not that we needed him, because like Q has everything, right? But yeah, it's very interesting. And I mean, how about the QCOM there, right? I mean, it's unbelievable. Let me go to your comments here, and I do. Let me see. I do, Derek, want to go to your post as well. Yeah. Okay. So this is an hour-long conversation that Derek is talking about here, and I haven't seen the whole thing, Derek, and I will try to check it out by tomorrow, before tomorrow's show. But Derek's point here is, from what I gather, and guys, follow our friend at Derek Martin, MD, if you would. Let me make sure that I'm with you here. Okay. From what I gather over his last few big platform interviews, Trump is delivering his final ultimatum to those that know they're on the wrong side of history, and yet still might make the choice to capitulate before their demise. Many of his recent comms focus around warnings to the deep state, choices to make, and preparedness for the coming storm. The following thread is surface, level dive, and decode into CIC Trump's @real Donald Trump recent interviews with Lex Friedman, highlighting repeated word, random number comms, and their related Q drops, the significance of which hopefully can be expanded upon by those night owl warriors, David Snedeker, Script Keeper, Sir Censorlot, Hawks Mustard, and Proletario, which is Ariel, that we've come to love and respect in their deeper understanding and grasp of the drops. Thank you, my friend, and I'm happy to be among those real warriors there. P.S. Lex edits, chops up his interviews to cut away dead time, so all timestamps listed below are simply F for quick reference within the interview and not related to any potential timestamp comms. I've only included unique words that Trump repeated multiple times in a row within that particular sentence or two, as we are historically aware that is one of the methods of focusing our attention on a particular comm. Absolutely. So he gives us these timestamps, and I will go over those and check that out, and let's have that discussion tomorrow night. Thank you for that, Derek. My friends in the chat, let's Wendy Marie, we love you, Dave. Thank you so much for that. That's fantastic. Hunter working with the White Hats, Benjamin. Yeah, I think so. Let's see. Yeah, how many times are they going to say 17? Harris Faulkner left Fox. Is that true? And wow, she's been MIA on Fox. What viewers want to know what happened. Fox fans rush to welcome back Harris Faulkner after she reveals health update. Major career move. That was May 20th. One day ago.
Drinking warm water before.
Harris Faulkner stuns audience as she moves on from Fox News. Interesting.
Get to, but when you go down an emotional road or a gotcha moment, it makes it difficult. And I worked my best as a journalist to get us back on track to having a real, what we promised the audience, a real conversation.
After nearly 2 decades at Fox News, Harris Faulkner, a well-respected journalist and anchor, has announced her departure from the network. Faulkner, known for her roles in Outnumbered and The Faulkner Focus, has left a significant mark on the network and its viewers. As the last remaining original host of Outnumbered, her exit has left many fans wondering about the future of the show and what led her to make this decision. Today, we'll explore her journey, her reasons for leaving, and what lies ahead. Early life and career. Harris Faulkner's life and career have been shaped by her upbringing in a military family. Born in Atlanta, Georgia, she was the daughter of a decorated combat pilot who served 3 tours of duty in Vietnam. Her father's commitment to his country and his unwavering patriotism, despite the racial challenges he faced, deeply influenced Faulkner. She often speaks about the values her father instilled in her, particularly the importance of faith, resilience, and love for one's country. These principles became the bedrock of her life and career, guiding her through the challenges of the media industry. Faulkner's journey into journalism began after she earned a degree in mass communications. Her early career saw her working at local stations where she covered significant events and quickly gained recognition for her reporting skills. One of her early roles was at WDAF-TV in Kansas City, serving as a nightly anchor. Despite early success, she faced many challenges. As she navigated her career, she struggled with balancing her professional ambitions with her personal life. In interviews, she's candidly discussed the difficulties of being a working mother, particularly as she and her husband, Tony Berlin, didn't start trying to have children until she was about 40. She's credited her faith with helping her overcome these challenges, stating, quote, "The mountain at first was, how do I tell my job? What happens to my career? All of that just falls away because what really matters is that God has called me to a new divine assignment." Her perseverance and talent eventually led her to Fox News. Her journey to Fox News. Faulkner joined Fox News in 2005, and it wasn't long before she became a prominent.
I'm going to stop it there just because I really don't care that much. She's been a part of the controlled opposition for a very long time. She is, without question, Mockingbird Media. She's just going to tell you more truthful things than MSNBC, but she's still going to, push the jab and all that, do what she's, being told. We did cover the Hannity comms from last night, guys, earlier in the show. Please check that out. Mark is saying Trump holding a press conference in New York tomorrow at 12. Hopefully something big, especially with everything going on there right now and boots on the ground. That would be nice to see something, especially with the National Guard there and the Army. Both were there. So, yeah. Okay, so good stuff. Thank you guys for that heads up on Harris Faulkner. I mean, that's significant because she's a part of the mechanism right now. So, very, very significant. Let me get back to couple things here with you. Excuse me. Okay. This happened in Awaken Trillium sent me this. 14-year-old girl sets 15-year-old girl on fire in Saskatoon High School. Please. Evan Hardy, collegiate student in hospital. School closed for Thursday and Friday. A 15-year-old girl was set on fire by a fellow student in Saskatoon on Thursday. The police we have in custody started the other victim on fire. The incident happened over the noon hour Thursday. Teachers helped extinguish the blaze. Kane said the 15-year-old victim was transported to hospital. She sustained what are believed to be serious injuries. One teacher was also taken to hospital. Kane said the victim's parents are with her, but there is no update on her condition. After the incident, a school official officer who was already on scene for a different matter arrested a 14-year-old female suspect immediately. So this is one of the things that I wanted to say about what we were looking at earlier about the V2K and the MK Ultra, and how do you do that through the microwaves, folks? Well, the 5G towers that are by the schools that we just looked at. Okay. This is a part of it. This is why my account was taken down on Twitter, I should say, when it was Twitter, when I said that the jabs aren't for helping people. They are for allowing the 5G towers to communicate better with the bodies that have the jab. And I got canceled, lost the indoctrination account for that. Why? Because that's exactly what's going on. And so they're doing this V2K. They're activating this the graphene oxide that they are getting scrambling this stuff like this antenna. It acts as an antenna, but then it's bringing in all this information, this V2K, and also causing, these fights, these brutal fights that are happening in these schools. And it's changing people, folks. The jabs are changing people. It's unbelievable. It's part of the chaos, right? It's, my God, what are we sending our kids into every day? Without question. Barbara, what's happening? Barbara in the house, my friends. Say hello to Barbara Rosler, who is our producer extraordinaire for the indoctrination over many years, and has used to line up my inbox for all the content that we would share. She would go through all, and her and Jen Davis and Christy Nance Taylor would bring it all into a very palatable format for me to be able to share with you all. So Barbara, good to see you. Yeah, first 2 weeks of school, I'm digging out. Good to see you. I hope it's going well. She's an administrator at a school, does extremely great work, and beautiful person with all the children. So glad to have you here. Nanobots inside the body. Yes. Through this GO stuff. Right. So my friends, let's, Norma says, yes, 100%. I was just having that conversation with my unjabbed kids. They have also noticed spaced out people, new NPCs. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, good to see you. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. OG Snedheads in the house, my friends. A lot happening here in New York. Hocho aide arrested on Tuesday. Yes, that was the Hocho aide was a Chinese spy working for Hochul, and then they found that there was also a Chinese spy connection with Tim Walz in Minnesota, right? Yeah, Cheryl, they upgraded the schools with 5G around here with the lockdowns during the lockdowns. You're in Pittsburgh. They did it everywhere. I remember they were doing it in California big time as well. That's why it's very frustrating to see all that went down. What platform are the Sneds on? I am on X. I think Barbara is on Rumble, Robin. So you can go on over to Rumble and say hi. I wonder when the arrest of Podesta will take place. That is a big question, right? Absolutely. No, Disney owns ABC, not Fox. I hope I didn't misspeak on that earlier. Awesome. Okay. All right. So let me get back. Let me see what else I want to share with you. Got a lot to share with you today, I tell you. Let me find the next. Okay. They are seeing that this post, Colt Gray, that this post was not accurate. The readers are saying that. So we'll see. We'll see when it all balances out here. Oliver's going to come on here shortly. Awesome. Okay. Let me go back to this, and just scroll down. And this is unbelievable. I thought this was hilarious. The caption on this, Putin. The caption was "White dudes for Kamala." I almost spit my coffee out. Oh, this is DC Lidstone, solid anon here. 1028.55 Q plus. Okay. And here is Q plus being interviewed by Hannity, and all we see is 5.5. Okay. A lot of comms coming from that interview, right? Let's see. Trump Force 47. Let me see. I don't know what that connection is. 61 days. Oh, 61 days till the election. Let's see. Jody says, Dave, I wanted to tell you how much I enjoyed movie night Saturday night. It was a great way to be entertained. Thank you for all you do. Thank you, Jody. I appreciate that. Yeah, that was a lot of fun, wasn't it? Guys, if you want to support more of that work and more of, movie nights and stuff like that, please chip in and support that, and we'll keep it going. And I'll get that other movie made. I've already shot it. Barney's Best Day. It's already shot. It's already in the can. The stuff I do for Jasper, that's already shot. I just need to bring that into a short form. So that's the kind of work I want to do during the day when I'm not digging for you for this show tonight. So please chip in if you can. It's much appreciated. Let me take you back to my thread here. This is interesting. Tucker Carlson was the name I was trying to think of earlier, about how, he was controlled opposition, and now look at the work that he is doing. Really fine work as part of this Great Awakening. All right, check.
To lower the cost of everyday needs like healthcare and housing and groceries.
We're going to end America's housing shortage. You just let in over 10 million people illegally, and you put them all on housing vouchers and food stamps and gave them free plane tickets and free cell phones, and all of them have to live somewhere. You caused America's housing shortage. If you care about the cost of housing, limit the population. Certainly don't expand it through uncontrolled immigration, through open borders, which is exactly what they did. She's responsible for it. And her donors at BlackRock are buying up the houses in your neighborhood. And her donors at Airbnb are turning your neighborhood into a completely unmanageable garbage, a place filled with transients where there's no social connection at all between people. Those are her donors. Those are her policies. For her to lecture us on the housing shortage that she caused, it's almost too much. I can't sit here.
Yeah, that's a good point on Tucker. Really good point. It's ridiculous. But here's the thing, folks. It's supposed to be ridiculous. I really want you to understand this, because this is supposed to be ridiculous. It's supposed to be so absurd. Okay. And I've got to tell you this story. Okay. So I think now's a good time for story time with Uncle Dave. All right. So we have 1,368 across X, YouTube, and Facebook. And we have another 900 on Rumble. So welcome one and all. And so what's that give us? Almost 2,400 or almost 2,300 beautiful patriots in the house right now. So I go to the farmer's market in Dripping Springs yesterday. I speak to a vendor there, and I won't give specifics, but of who. But it's a farmer, elderly woman, probably in her late 60s, early 70s, probably. So she said, I was wearing my indoctrination. She asked me about it. I said, it's my podcast. And she says, what do you talk about? And I said, I talk about our enslavement and how we can break free from it. And I said, obviously I'm pro-Trump, and I said something else, but she says, well, what do you think about Kamala? And I said, well, I think it's great. She says, why? I said, well, because when the topic of Kamala comes up, we know who we're talking to. They're not even human. And now I go forward with, in my conversations, I go forward with the same veracity and the same level of confidence, speaking positively about Trump and speaking negatively about the Democrats, as they used to do with me and with us back in the day, when Twitter was convincing everybody what a moron Trump was. All the mainstream media, they were attacking him left and right. He was being impeached, and everybody thought, it gave so much credibility to the systems that are holding Trump accountable, that they think Trump's a bad guy. And so they used to speak very openly, and to this day some say, oh my God, Trump is awful, this and that, right? So I do the same thing, right? But I thought this woman was being a farmer and being a small business owner, because she's selling the meat, that she would be pro-Trump. So I said, they're not even human. And she said, well, that means you're talking about me, because I'm for Kamala. And I was like, wow, okay. So tell me, what is it you like about Kamala? she said, she's a woman and she's a fresh face. And I said, so you're voting for her for a woman? I said, that's very sexist. I said, that's more sexist than anything Donald Trump has ever done. I said, voting for president for somebody because of their gender and a fresh face. She's been around for 3.5 years and hasn't done anything, and even longer as the Attorney General of California. And I used to live in California, and she was a nightmare in California. And she said, well, I said, what are her policies that you like? And she said, well, I don't like that Trump is, taking away a woman's right to choose abortion. And I said, he didn't do that. And she said, well, he put in the justices that vote alongside him, that vote in his direction. And I said, so what's important to understand about that situation is that, yes, he brought in 3 Supreme Court justices, but it's not about voting alongside his. Of course, they're conservative. So, yes, you have that part right. But what they did with the Roe v. Wade is that they reversed a wrongful decision that the Supreme Court made 50 years ago. In the Constitution, it explicitly states that if it's not mentioned in the Constitution, then it reverts to the states. That's the 10th Amendment. And abortion is not mentioned in the Constitution, and thus it reverts to the states. That's where the decision should lie on whether or not you can get an abortion and at what point and how long. So they threw it back to the states. That's the way it's supposed to be. And then I said to her, I said, do you know the origin of Planned Parenthood? And she said, no. I said, it was started by Bill Gates Sr., the father of Bill Gates, and a woman by the name of Margaret Sanger. And for the purpose of aborting Negro babies. Did you know that? No. I said they called it Planned Parenthood, and it has nothing to do with parenthood, by the way. It's a 1984 doublespeak term to make it sound good. But that was what their intention was, and since then they've aborted 63 million black babies. I said, don't you think that if you're going to have such an intense, stance on that you should know where this began? And she said, yes, but they've done some good over the years, and that's changed, and it doesn't really matter who started it necessarily. And I'm like, well, I think it does, and I think it's important to look at the decisions. And she said, well, I don't like Trump in this, 2025 agenda. I said, he doesn't have anything to do with 2025. She said, oh, yes, he does. I said, no, he doesn't. And I could show you the videos that he's actually said, I have nothing to do with that. That's not my agenda. He has his own agenda. It's a Trump 47, I think. And I said, do you know what the Mockingbird media is? She said, no. I said, and I told her the whole 1975, the Church Commission, and how they asked the CIA director, how many assets do you have in mainstream media right now? And Bill William Colby said about 400. This was in 1975. They had 400 paid CIA agents in mainstream media. I said, CNN was started by the CIA. Facebook was started by the CIA through a DARPA program, through a project called LifeLog that ended on the day that Facebook incorporated. She said, well, wasn't it Mark Zuckerberg? And I said, yeah, he was the face of it, but he wasn't the one that created it. And they did it so that we would give up our personal information, and they could track all our personal information. I said, so they're lying to you, and they're filling your head with these talking points that aren't accurate. And that's why Trump calls them fake news. And he's accurate because they are. And so, but at any rate, so this was the conversation. And I tried to get in as much out of respect and out of, basically calling her not even human at the beginning of the conversation. So I was able to get through, I think, some of the information, but I don't think she's going to change. But the thing about it is, in the conversation that I didn't have, is sometimes I'll do this, that I should have said, now listen, regarding your meat, are you sure, because the best meat comes from cows that stay up all night and sleep during the day. She's like, that's not true, or say something completely, something else that's completely wrong about, raising cows and raising meat. And for her to say, no, that's not true. Because she would probably be looking at me like I'm some kind of idiot, pretending to know something that she's an expert at. Well, that's how I feel when people start talking to me about politics. That just because I eat hamburger and a steak from time to time, that I know everything there is to know about raising cattle. Just because she watches the news, she thinks she knows everything there is to know about who to vote for president. And my friends, this is done through creating a fake compassion that the Democrats are now, look at after this school shooting, the Democrats' response, we've got to do something about gun control. They've got to show you how concerned they are for the children. They've got to show you how absolutely how much love they have for these children, and that we must do something. It's all bullshit. You want to do something for the children? Shut down the fucking McDonald's and the Burger King and the Chick-fil-A and all these bullshit restaurants that aren't even giving our children food. Even the hospitals have horrendous food in them for mothers that just gave birth and for people that are trying to recover and people that are trying to survive. My friend starved to death at UCLA Medical Center because these dumb fucks didn't know what to do. And all they had was shit food for her. And they wouldn't allow any outside food in because we don't know what it is. Well, we know what your food is, and it's shit. And then they tried to keep her alive on IV, and you can only stay alive on IV for so long. Especially the shit IVs that they give her. They'd given her some vitamin C and shit like that. That would have helped her. But if you really care about the children, take away the soda machines in the school. Stop it, or force those companies like Coca-Cola and Pepsi to use cane sugar or use some different, even not sugar, but different sweetener for these drinks rather than this high fructose corn syrup, which causes diabetes. They don't care about our children, but they use this fake compassion to try to stand on this pedestal and say that they care about our children, and those who are all for guns don't care about the children. Fuck you. You're wrong. You're so wrong. Okay? The people that want guns know that the people that want to kill somebody aren't going to read a sign that says gun-free zone and not go in. If they want to kill somebody, they're certainly not going to abide by fucking gun laws, you fucking morons. So stop trying to stand on this fucking pedestal and pretend that you have more compassion for our children than those of us that are saying, find the teachers that are comfortable carrying a weapon and train them and use the money that all these administrators and superintendents and all these, board members and uppity ups are taking all this money and use some of that money for training these teachers to protect the children that they love and they go into school every day to take care of, and some of the administrators like Barbara that love the children. That's why they do it. They're not in it for the money, folks. Maybe some are in it because it's a shorter work day and it's they get the summers off, but they ain't in it to get rich. Okay. So something about them has a heart for the children and for teaching and for sharing what they know with these beautiful children. And so they are vested in this to protect these children. It's absolutely imperative that we understand that they are trying to use the death of these children and these teachers today to show that they care more about the children than we do. Fuck them. They're wrong. So if the FBI is behind these shootings, how is training teachers on guns going to help? City is Lynn. That's a great question. Because the only way that they can make, kill several people or multiple people is if there's nobody there to stop them. If there's people there to stop them, they're going to get stopped much quicker. And so the FBI's, school shootings are not going to be as effective because the teachers or the security are going to stop them. But we have to put the guns in the hands of the people that love the children versus try to take the guns out of the hands of the people that may want to harm them. Right? Yeah. Lost all my guns in a boating accident, my silver too. Yes, you gotta, lost them in a boating accident. So you gotta let them know. You can't have my guns. They lost them. Yeah, foods at the grocery stores are crap too, right? Yeah. There are millions of guns underground with no registration numbers in them. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and the other thing they could do if they really love the children, stop indoctrinating them into socialism, right? Yeah, the foods in schools are crap too. Absolutely. Yeah. Makes me sick. Connie says that people are voting for Kamala because she's a woman. Basically, what the truth is these people are true Trump haters. Simple as that. Yes, you're right. Because I said to this woman, I said, please, just listen to Trump, one of Trump's long form interviews. Okay. He's doing them like every other day, whereas Kamala hasn't even done one except the CNN softball interview. She's not even talking to the press. So here's the thing. It's the ego. It's the ego of these people to think that they know enough that they can make a sound decision on this, when quite honestly, she's working her ass off. She's raising cows. She's out in the pasture. She's making sure they got fresh hay. She's making sure that she's, paying the bills. She's a small business owner. And she is doing an incredible job, but she's got to focus on that. She doesn't have time to do as much research as I do. But here's the thing. I should have a PhD, several PhDs in what I'm talking to you about, but they don't give PhDs for that. It's like a conspiracy PhD. I've got probably 4 of them. Literally, you get a PhD in 3 years. Okay. I've been at this 18 years. So 6 PhDs. Okay. And you're going to try to stand toe to toe with me and have a conversation about the political makeup of our country, when you honestly, she has PhDs in farming. Somebody wants to say hello. Say hi, Jasper. Say hello. What's going on? There you go. Say hi. Yeah. I think he might have finished his bone. He's back to get me. So yeah. Let's see. Elderly woman in the market, 60s. That's young, Dave. 80s, 60s are the new 40s. What you smoking? You're right. She she looked a little older, probably because she's outside working the farm all the time. That's, excuse me. No, sit. I'm going to take this dude out. Let me see. I think I've got something else I'll show you. I want to show you this. Trump said this today. Let me see. Oh, did I have that up? I think I did. Did you guys see the comment about Trump and the mosquitoes? How nobody likes mosquitoes. We got to get these mosquitoes out of here. Here it is. I'll show you this one, then I'll show you the next
19 points after the debate. And it was a fair debate. And he was down like 18 or 19 points after the debate. And I hate mosquitoes. I'm surprised. I didn't think we had. We don't like those mosquitoes running around. We want nothing to do with them. And we want nothing to do with bad politicians that hate our country, too. And it was a fair.
Okay. Now, oh, shoot. I didn't want to do that. There we go. So let me take you to this now. You know, there's a real mosquito problem. They're talking about, having a curfew in parts of the country because of the damn mosquitoes. Okay, I need to line these up a little bit better, but here it goes. All right, ready?
We're making in. Hi, I'm Scott O'Neill here in Medellin, Colombia today, and I'm at the world's biggest mosquito factory for the World Mosquito Program. We're making in here 30 million mosquitoes a week. Come and have a look. We're doing it for a very serious reason. Cities like Medellin have suffered from diseases like dengue, Zika, chikungunya for decades, but not anymore. We've been able to bring the solution of Wolbachia mosquitoes to this city. When this bacteria called Wolbachia gets introduced into the mosquito, it stops their ability to transmit dengue. We release mosquitoes that have Wolbachia. Now they go and mate, and Wolbachia gets passed into the wild mosquito population. If we're going to control these diseases in all the tropical cities of the world, it's going to require a lot of mosquitoes. The mosquito life cycle starts with the egg, and in this room, we've got a lot of eggs. Each one of these strips, these tiny black dots, are up to 10,000 mosquito eggs. Across all of these strips, about 1.5 million dried eggs waiting to hatch. In this tray, we've got the newly hatched eggs. They're little larvae, so small you can hardly see them. They're going to sit in here for a few days and eat and get bigger until they look like these ones over here. They're starting to turn into pupae. We're wanting to do the next step of sorting the males from the females. We want to do that so we can manipulate the sex ratio in the cages to be more female than male. The bottom ones along here are the boys, and the ones at the top are the girls. They're bigger. From here, they're going into the adult cages. We have adults that we continuously grow in what we call our brood stock. And then over here, we have the mass-produced mosquitoes getting ready to give us the eggs to go out directly into the field. It's crazy how they sound. You might wonder, what do we feed all these mosquitoes here? Well, I can tell you, we've got the good stuff in here. On the top shelf, literally, we've got the blood. They love it. Once the mosquitoes are grown, they're ready to go out into the field.
Wow. You got to be kidding me, folks. Look at this.
Oh, literally, we've got the blood. They love it. Once the mosquitoes are grown, they're ready to go out into the field.
Once they're grown, they're ready to go out in the field. Are you shitting me? Paid off by Bill Gates. Yeah. Unbelievable. Oh my God. This is, they just can't stop messing with nature. In the next few years, they'll discover they created some other problem by genetically engineering the mosquitoes. Absolutely. Yeah. Boo baby. Ann Passard. Good to see you, Ann. By the millions. Yes. Yeah, this dude needs a millstone. Exactly. Mosquitoes are not the problem. They're one of the problems, and they're becoming more of a problem because what they're able to do with some of these is they're also able to have them inject whatever they want to inject in us. Yeah, it's unbelievable. And we are the field. Yes, Patriot first. Yep. We are the field. That's what they're doing. Yep. Yeah. Like, just need to GMO everything at least once. Exactly. Just like Pfizer soldiers. Exactly. Sharon says we have mosquitoes here now that now carry the West Nile virus. Sharon, remind us where you're at, please. And I'm sure they're using them to spread lots of things. Exactly. You're not jabbed? Well, guess what? We're gonna get you. Yeah. By the way, including humans, BAMLO. Exactly. Genetically modified humans, right? To reduce the population, remove all standing water. Exactly. So Deke says Mussolini style ending. So just so you know, guys, I've done no standing water around my place, and I sprayed with garlic water. That's what they do at Disney. The only problem is I think it pushes bees away as well, but it doesn't kill them, but it pushes them away. But I don't really have many flowers for the bees to do. Yeah. So unbelievable what we're seeing here, folks. This is really, yeah, unbelievable. Here's a good point. Why do liberals demand gun control after every shooting, but never border control after every rape by murder or murder by illegals? That's a great point. Great question. Why not? Right? We've got to ask all these questions. It's unbelievable. And what I wanted to show you is Elon Musk's tweet today is that birth rates continue to plummet. Population collapse is a certainty. I've been talking about this for quite a while. Mario Nafal, excuse me, births hit record low for the first time since 1960. The EU's live births dropped below 4 million, with just 3.88 million babies born in 2022. The EU's average fertility rate is now 1.46, well below the global average of 2.27. Malta, 1.08, Spain, 1.16, Italy, 1.24, Greece, 1.32, and Cyprus, 1.37 have the lowest fertility rates in Europe. Live births have plunged from 5.1 million in 1990 to this record low, again, 3.88 million. Number of live births in the EU, 1960 to 2022. Folks, this is extinction level decline. This is extinction level decline. To grow the population, you have to be at 2.3 children or above. Okay. That's to grow the population. Think of it. If two adults have one child, they've just cut themselves in half for the next generation. If they have two, they've kept it even. They just replace themselves. If they have 2.3, that's a population growth. Right? So, very important to understand the crisis that we're in. And by the way, what we must understand, my friends, is that this is by design. This is a part of the population control and the eugenics and the control, continued control over humanity. Okay. Gloria Romano today, who is a state Senate majority leader from California, has just announced that she's leaving the Democrat Party and becoming a Republican and will be voting for Trump this November.
Both Senate Democratic Caucus Chair and the Senate in this Capitol behind me. I served as both Senate Democratic Caucus Chair and the Senate Majority Leader. But today I say goodbye. Adios. I've had enough. I am now another near lifelong Democrat who is joining the growing number of people, including key groups like Latinos, who are leaving the Democratic Party. This is not the Democratic Party that I once championed. I do not recognize it anymore, and I cannot continue. I changed my voting registration today as the sun was rising to Republican, which has, under Donald Trump, become the champion of working people, the big tent. And indeed, I will vote for Donald Trump this fall. While there are several issues that I could highlight for this action, let me just list some that are most prominent. In this Capitol behind me, I served as both Senate Democratic Caucus Chair and the Senate Majority Leader. But today I say goodbye. Adios. I've had enough. I am now another.
I love this. And we need to see more of it, much more of it. And this is going to make a big difference in the world once the Democrats realize, and it's not about going Republican, it's about going MAGA. MJ Truth Ultra, this is huge. Trump announces his plan to cut the cost of purchasing a new home by half.
Do that. Young people will be able to buy a home again and be a part of the American dream. We will eliminate regulations that drive up housing costs with the goal of cutting the cost of a new home in half. We think we can do that. The regulations alone cost 30%. Regulation costs 30% of a new home. And we will open up portions of federal land for large-scale housing construction. These zones will be ultra-low tax and ultra-low regulation. One of the great, really small business job creation programs it will be of all time. We're going to open up our country to building homes inexpensively so young people and other people can buy homes. You can't buy them anymore. Millions of Americans will take part in setting these safe and beautiful communities, reviving the frontier spirit, and really, as I said, reviving the American dream. It's about the American dream. It's all about the American dream. We don't talk about American dream with these people in office. They don't want to talk about the American dream because they're the exact opposite. They're the exact opposite. We also cannot ignore the impact that the flood of 21 million illegal aliens has had on driving up housing costs. That's why my plan will ban mortgages for illegal aliens in California. They're passing a law where we're going to give illegal aliens money to buy a house. But our soldiers, our veterans that are laying on the streets, they can't have them. You have soldiers right now laying on the streets of different cities, all Democrat run, They're laying on the streets in front of hotels, in some cases luxury hotels, and you have illegal immigrants coming in and living in those hotels and laughing at our soldiers as they walk by into a luxury lobby. Is there something wrong with that thinking? Is there something wrong with our country? If Kamala is allowed to continue to let our country be invaded, we will face a fiscal Armageddon. These migrants are consuming hundreds of billions of dollars in benefits.
Hundreds of billions of dollars in benefits. Think about that. Hundreds of billions of dollars in benefits that these illegals are doing. Okay. And they're driving up housing costs. And not only are you seeing Trump doing this, talking about this, but you're also seeing, Tucker Carlson talking about it just now, right? Yeah. George Carlin, American Dream, you got to be asleep to believe it. Exactly. Great Scott says, I'm not about to sell my pure blood swimmers. Only special wombs need apply. That's hilarious, but it's true. Our sperm is very valuable. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, and the rest of the money's going to Ukraine. Exactly. And we get nothing. Yep. Yeah, and why? Because it's all free. They're not escaping deplorable conditions. We're just giving them a free room and board, right? Let's see. I don't know if the military's in the New York City where illegals are being housed, but possibly, and that sounds like kind of what he was saying, didn't it? But let me take you to this, and this is going to be very interesting. By the way, hold on, let me share that screen with you. This is I Love Anons. That's from Spiritual Street Fighter. Isn't that a cool graphic? I love that. Thank you, Spiritual Street Fighter, for that. Waltz must respond by September 18th. So this is the House Education and the Workforce Committee has issued a subpoena for Tim Walz. A massive fraud operation has been exposed in Minnesota. Now, I've read this. This is basically Congress, okay? And it is Virginia Fox is demanding that Walz respond to the U.S. Committee on Education and the Workforce is engaged in ongoing oversight of the United States Department of Agriculture, USDA, and the Minnesota Department of Education administration of federal child nutrition programs. So we were talking about the shitty food in the schools. Well, guess what? They're trying to change that and feeding our future. As the chief executive and the highest ranking official in the state of Minnesota, you are responsible for the MDE and its administration. Article 5, Section 3 of the Constitution of the state of Minnesota, which lays out the powers and duties of the governor, states in part that the governor may require the opinion in writing of the principal officer of each of the executive departments upon any subject relating to his duties, and he shall take care of the laws he faithfully executed. Copies of our letters to the MDE were sent to you for your awareness of your oversight of this. So basically, you are well aware of the multi-million-dollar fraud that occurred under the tenure as governor. So they're going to force him to respond to this. U.S. House Committee on Education and the Workforce, Virginia Fox, by September 18th, 2024. Right? What else is happening September 18th, 2024, but the Trump's sentencing, right? So let me take you to a delta for this particular date. 2206, September 18th, 2018. Prepare your memes. Non-NSA tech today cannot read filter. So remember, during the time when Q was basically telling us that that we would not be tracked, or we would not be canceled if we made sure that we did it memes, and we did memes in a certain way that they couldn't be tracked. So that's what Q is talking about right here. For them, exclamation point, buckle up, memes at the ready. Do you believe in coincidences? The fight is real. The time is now. Hillary Clinton's status. Donald Trump refuses to be subject to the law. The legitimacy of our elections is in doubt. The president is waging war on the truth. The administration is undermining the national unity that makes democracy possible. And then there's the breathtaking corruption. That was September 18th, 2018. Okay. Talking about the corruption. And Q says, did I share that with you? I'm sorry. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Although that was a link to her book. This was not the post. That's all right. So back to the drop. Think about, DC, define projection. I lost this. I keep losing that. I'm sorry. Okay. Define projection. DC panic is real. This is a Wired story about QAnon is trying to trick Facebook's meme reading AI. So they were all reading Q. They knew that Q was telling us to use memes so that they wouldn't be able to track us and censor us. Think about real-time Q tracking. September drop regarding memes, non-NSA ability. September 13 and 14, 2 articles dropped regarding Facebook memes. September 16, 2 articles dropped, highlighted examples. September 18th, Wired responds, 1 article regarding memes, and Q, the war is real. Washington Post, how conspiracy theories, I'm not going to pay for this. Let me see if read only will give me part of it. Spread from the internet's darkest corners. Charlie Kirk, Turning Point, frequent Fox News contributor, published a tweet that contains startling but inaccurately sourced statistics about the alleged growth of human trafficking arrests under the Trump administration. You know, they're just try to show that that's not true. Q says the power you have is real. Fight, fight, fight. How significant? September 18th is his sentencing. After his assassination, he said, fight, fight, fight. And here we are at a fight, fight, fight meme talking about the 18th and how they are trying to make him the criminal, define projection, which is Hillary Clinton. The deep state panic is real. And then they're trying to get out ahead of the Q stuff, but they know that, you know, Q is real and that we're trying to sidestep this algorithm. But why would they be supporting an algorithm that censors us, right? Unless they don't like the message, which is the Q message and the child trafficking message and so forth. The power you have is real, Q is telling us, my friends. Fight, fight, fight. Which also takes us to 259. Let me take us to 259. Red, 9/11, funds raised versus distributed, oversight, 7 out of 10 plane crashes are targeted kills. Those in the know never sleep. Interesting. Okay, so basically, they're challenging the narrative of the where the money is going that were raised for 9/11? What was the oversight? And 7 out of 10 plane crashes are targeted kills. Those in the know never sleep. We just saw a plane crash that killed 8 cancer doctors that said basically that the jab creates a turbo of that. Okay. Okay, my friends, Sir Oliver is in the house. Let me bring him up here. Stop screen. Oliver, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing great, brother. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. Thank you, man. Good to have you on, and excited to hear your thoughts on what's going on in New York and any other thing you have to say. Have you been listening to the last few minutes at all?
I have not. I actually just joined.
Okay. So I just went over the Tim Walz subpoena by Virginia Fox, the chairwoman of the U.S. House Committee on Education and Workforce, because,
I saw that.
yeah, where that big scandal of the money
Right.
for the children's school program that was never, gotten to the bottom of. So she's subpoenaing him for all his information on that. And the date that is due is September 18th, which is Trump's sentencing day. And so I took us to the Q drop of September.
Can you see me smiling? Is my avatar smiling?
I wish it was active. But yeah, and then I took us to one of the September 18th Q drops that has that talks about projection, because Hillary's calling Trump a criminal. And hold on, when did where did that go? Please stop texting.
What's up, guys? A couple people saying hello. I just want to say hi. What's up, Renz? Cat Mother, Sandy. Hope all is well.
Everyone's saying hi. So the September 15th, I'm sorry, September 18th that I took us to was Hillary Clinton basically projecting that Trump is a criminal. And it says, prepare your meme. I'm sorry. It started off, prepare your memes. Non-NSA tech today cannot read filter. And then it talks about how all they're saying that Q is trying to sidestep the algorithm on the memes, and all the mainstream media jumped on that and picked up on it. And then Hillary defined projection DS deep state panic is real, and think about the real-time Q tracking and how they're following it all, and how they were saying that they're trying to sidestep with the memes. But it ends with the power you have is real, fight, 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 which is obviously what he said right after the assassination.
Right.
So yeah, so that's where we kind of were just wrapping up with. So what would you like to talk about, my friend?
Well, also on that day is the remember the conference that they had where they brought in Michael Horowitz, the Inspector General. Remember that?
Yes.
That's huge, and it's been pretty much kept quiet throughout the years. But he's got a ton of whistleblowers. I think we're going to start to see a lot of people come out, especially in New York. You think back to the Wiener laptop, and this is what I struggle with, because I remember when it happened. Eddie's been a cop for a long time. Of course he's he's commissioner now, but he's worked his way up the ranks. He was there, I believe. I want to say he was a sergeant at the time when that happened. He was working with Jimmy. He was Jimmy Rodriguez. I'm talking about, who owns the name Don Cookie. He had Jimmy's Bronx Cafe, who was partners with Ruben Sierra, the Yankees. Ruben Sierra. That's what gave him his stardom. That and the fact that he was, linked to the boys in the hood, for lack of a better term. But him and his brother, he has a twin brother. Eddie Caban has a twin brother. They would work security for Jimmy at Jimmy's Cafe and wherever he went. Basically, they were like his personal bodyguards. And as Jimmy got bigger, so did they. And when I saw him become commissioner, it always struck me as odd, because I remember him from my teenage years, and he, in my opinion, he's a good guy. His brother's worse than him. In my opinion, he's a good guy. Maybe good guy gone bad. But I know the people he was around, and I can only imagine once he became commissioner who he was rubbing elbows with. There's a place in the Bronx called Con Sofrito that's in his brother's name, who's been having a lot of backlash from the community because of the type of venue that it is. You got a lot of drug dealers going there, as well as New York City officials and New York State officials. I mean, you've had Letitia James has been there. Mayor Adams has been there, and Eddie, of course, has been there as well. So when I saw that happen today, I immediately said, there's going to be a lot of finger pointing, and it has begun. Trust me when I tell you. But this is going to get to a point where, you're going to have to give up some kind of information to clear yourself from the corruption. And it could be anything. It could be something as small as a liquor license to something as big as, embezzling millions of dollars. There's so much involved in New York. You just don't know. But think about what happened yesterday with the tunnel, the Queens Tunnel being shut down in both directions. I've never seen that.
That was, they drilled a hole through the top of the Lincoln Tunnel. I saw the video.
But you saw the video of them drilling?
No, just that the leak happened.
Well, I saw the video as well, but that could be from a number of things.
Could have been anything, yeah.
Right, could have been anything. Yeah. I will say this: those tunnels are linked to the United Nations.
They go all the way under through Manhattan.
There's an actual tunnel directly linked to the United Nations from the Queens Midtown Tunnel. Remember, New York City is a series of tunnels, but I thought it was the Lincoln Tunnel. No, Queens Midtown Tunnel.
Oh, okay.
Right, which is right at the mouth of the UN. The UN sits on the East River. Yeah. And so there's a series of tunnels underneath the UN, and one of them leads directly to the Queens Midtown Tunnel. Remember, I'm an iron worker, and we've worked in a lot of tunnels in New York City. And if I haven't personally, I know people who have. And everything's connected there. But that particular area where you come into the Queens Midtown Tunnel from Manhattan, if you're coming from Manhattan into the tunnel, to the left or just to the north of the Queens Midtown Tunnel is the United Nations.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's a tunnel that goes from there along the East River into the Queens Midtown Tunnel. Now, we know what the UN is involved in. That's no secret.
Right.
And so I immediately thought, they're probably taken out that connection, because it didn't make sense to me that they're drilling for pylons on top of a tunnel. That just doesn't make sense.
Right.
You know, the engineers, in order to get clearance to drill, everything has to be mapped out. You know, they send in the engineers, the architects, engineers, what have you, and they're given, you know, the stamp of approval, exact locations as to where they can drill. So they should have been nowhere near that tunnel, especially drilling on top of it. It makes no fucking sense at all. And then those piles, the pile drivers, they're massive. They're massive. There's no way you can create just a 2.5-inch hole with one of those things. You understand? It just doesn't make sense to me. So I'm leaning more towards, you know, they shut it down for a reason. And then when I heard what happened today, it you know, kind of makes sense. You know, maybe there's so much going on behind the scenes that, you know, some people are looking to run, you know, to evade what's coming. You get to the other side of New York City, LaGuardia is 10 minutes away, you know, and that's also the route you take to JFK Airport. So, you know, for me, it was a way of shutting shit down and preventing people from leaving. See United Nations right there?
Yeah.
So they're not showing you here. They might zoom in a little more. You might see it.
I've often said that the United Nations needs to be moved one block east.
Yeah. Go to satellite view. They might show you.
So here's here's FDR.
Yeah, no, they're not showing you. So if you look just to the north, you see where your cursor is right there, just a little more north. That's where they were supposedly drilling.
Right here or there?
Right, no, a little. Can I do? Can you see my mouse? No, right. If you go a little to the right.
To the right here.
Look, that's too far. That's too far.
Right about here.
Right there, go north. Right there, go north. Go north. Too far. Too far. Come back a little. Back down and to the right. This is funny. A little north. A little north. A little north. Now back to your right. Back to your right. A little more. Right about there is where the barge was set up to drill for pylons.
Okay.
Right about there. The tunnel, see where it says FDR Drive?
Yeah.
Right under there is the tunnel. And it attaches to the Queens Midtown Tunnel underneath the FDR Drive. You know, underneath. It's all underwater.
Oh, yeah.
So if they were out here, it just makes no sense that they would hit the tunnel.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So for me, it was something else, and they're blaming this guy, whoever it is. We're probably never gonna know, but it just didn't make sense. And judging by those videos, that wasn't enough to shut the whole thing down.
It was like a rainy day in Manhattan.
Exactly.
Yeah. No big deal.
They could have made repairs without shutting it down. So
it was like a bathtub leak.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. And it wasn't, and it was intermittent. So you could drive 20, 30 feet before you get hit with water again. You understand? So I don't think that there was any real danger of the tunnel capsizing in any way.
Right.
You know, a 2.5-inch hole. And they said that they drove through the cast iron shell around the tunnel. Again, you had to have been directly above.
It's intentional. It's got to be intentional.
And you had to have been directly above the tunnel to do that.
Right.
Which it wasn't the case. I saw the barge. It was right where I told you it was.
And by the way, all this is a part of the UN. This whole block here is like this tall building is the UN. This building is the UN. This circular drive here. So this is very close to the Queens Midtown. It's like
I'm telling you, there's a tunnel right there underneath. They're not showing you on this map, but there's a tunnel that connects right to those tunnels there. And remember, you have all the viaducts there, water viaducts. You have all of the conduits, the electrical conduits, which are massive.
Right.
You know, you can literally walk under there. So this is all connected here. It's connected to, if you go on see First Avenue, Second Avenue, there's a Second Avenue subway line that's all connected under there.
Yeah.
You know,
The
and
green line there.
right
on
right.
On Third.
Yeah.
What's the what was how long did they shut it down today?
They shut it down for a couple of hours. It wasn't that long, you know, just long enough to mess up traffic.
Okay.
You know, they opened it back up. It just didn't make sense to me. None of it made sense.
Yeah. Good thinking, man. That's speaking of New York, tell you know, what are your thoughts, you know, when about the military? We were talking the other night. Jason Goodman is the one who found the military in that hotel and said, "Have you guys taken over this hotel? What are you guys doing here?" And since then, it seems like we're hearing a lot of the National Guard activity there as well. What are you hearing?
Well, again, the National Guard have been there for more than a year. I know a few personally who were activated back then. My brother's National Guard.
Okay.
But he's out. He's in another state. He prepares all the weaponry, you know, for the military. He works in that field, but he knows what's going on. He doesn't say much, but he knows what's going on. But yeah, they've been there for more than a year. I said this a long time ago. What I believe is going to happen, and again, I'm just speculating based off the drops. We may see some arrests. We may see some high-ranking officials detained. The riots will continue. I don't think we've seen the worst of it, to be honest. I think we will see massive riots in New York, and that's one of the main reasons why National Guard is there, to quell those riots immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, the drop said if you see military, you know, just pretty much stay out of their way. They're there for you.
Yeah,
you know, they're there for us to protect us. So I don't think. I mean, I really don't see Trump being sent to Rikers Island. What I see is something major happening before then, and it's kind of leading up to that right now, right? With what went down today in New York. And I don't know if you know this, but there is a case against Merchan because he refused to provide his financial statements.
Yeah.
Did you talk about that?
I haven't talked about that tonight. No.
All right. So that's huge.
Yeah.
Because that will show if there's any kind of nefarious dealings there with people, you know, the likes of George Soros, you know, which I think is pretty much funding all of New York, all the bad actors in New York, I should say. I think him and the Wallenbergs, the Bronfmans, you know, I think they have a stronghold on New York as far as the court system and the elites. In November, there's a gala for the World Childhood Foundation, which was created by the Queen of Sweden, which the Wallenbergs are from Sweden. They're probably, in my opinion, the most powerful family on earth. If you know anything about the Wallenbergs, they're an Investor AB and AstraZeneca and Ericsson. And so this November...
I think they own all of Ericsson, don't they?
Right. And pretty much the stock market. They control that. And so just, I want to say in July, maybe August, Eric Adams honored them down in Wall Street and actually raised the Swedish flag down in Wall Street. But pretty much letting us know who controls that shit, right?
Right.
But the Queen is having a gala. It's an annual gala, and I watched them all roll in last year. You should have seen the yachts they pulled up in. They are honoring Ericsson. Ericsson is the guest of honor this year.
Interesting. When is that? November?
In November.
Okay.
And Trump knows because Trump invited them to the White House when he first became president. Peter Wallenberg was one of the ones who was invited to the White House. And so I'm pretty sure he's fully aware of what they're trying to do, which is why I believe Starlink, Elon Musk in particular, is going to launch, his own search engine, his own communication system. Trump is going to launch his own media empire, and so on and so forth, because they realize that if Ericsson accomplishes what they plan on doing, they can and will take over the world. They pretty much have a grasp on it right now. But it's a matter of taking out some key figures, that will determine whether or not they survive. And I don't think they will. I really don't. I think we're moving into a new age of communication, satellite communication, a new age of technology. I think you will see eventually a Internet Bill of Rights. I think we will have the opportunity to own our intellectual property, without being, how do you call it, violated, like we are right now.
Yes. We were just talking about John Perry Barlow because I went to we talked about the shooter, and it took me into Deep Dream, the V2K, a voice to skull technology that is allowing them to go beyond the neurolinguistic programming of the MK Ultra victims into just any person who's on these pharmaceutical drugs that they can do the V2K with and have the same effect and just bypass. So we went into Deep Dream with the Born Identity. And so we were talking about, and it talked about John Perry Barlow, because in the Born Identity, they have a John Perry Barlow character who is taken out.
Right. Well, I saw a commercial for MedBeds. I know there was one that surfaced a couple of years back, but now they're actually advertising MedBeds. And I think that's going to clear us, or whoever is suffering from any type of ailment, in addition to the programming, the indoctrination.
Yeah.
Sure. I'm a firm believer in us as human beings not utilizing our brains to its full potential.
Oh, absolutely.
A small fraction of our brain. So imagine if we are provided, the use of our brain in full. Just imagine.
And think about how little the Democrats are using. I mean, that's what's really.
Oh my God, it's so bad. I from time to time I go to Facebook because I'm part of a few union groups on Facebook, and every time I go in there, I just drop some jewels. I'm always met with some kind of stupidity, ignorance.
Yeah,
if you may, and it never ceases to amaze me how can't even call it ignorance anymore. It's stupidity.
Yeah,
it's stupidity. They refuse to see what's happening.
Yeah,
someone like, oh, regardless, fuck you, I'm voting blue. Like, really?
Right.
Why? You can't even ask them why, because you'll never get an answer. They hate Trump so much. It doesn't matter if Biden and Kamat, they destroyed this world. Doesn't matter. That's how deep their hatred is for Trump. So
Yeah, I just told a story of running across a farmer at the farmer's market, and she's voting for Kamala, and I just, I basically said, before she told me she was voting for Kamala, I was like, people are voting for Kamala. I said, oh, I think, she said, what do you think about Kamala? I said, oh, I think it's great that she's running. I said, because then anybody that votes for her, you know who you're talking to. They're not even human. She's like, well, that would be me. I'm like, oh, okay. So what do you like about her? And she's a fresh face and she's a woman. I said, well, how sexist is that? You're more sexist than you probably think Donald Trump is. And, I just kind of went over just point after point after point after point. If you go back in the show a little bit, it's I do a little story time with Uncle Dave, and I tell that story. But it's crazy, man. It's like and I didn't even tell the audience this, folks. And I said, and Tim Walz is a flat out socialist, and she says, who's Tim Walz? And I'm like, and you're voting for her, and you don't know who Tim Walz is? Wow.
They're so far gone. If their remarks aren't sexist, they're racist.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's just black. She's black and she's a woman.
Yeah.
You're a fucking racist.
Yeah.
And you hate men.
People don't get that. People don't understand that tipping the seesaw in the other direction is as racist as tipping it the place where they think it was. Yeah. Who is Tim Walz? Wow. That was,
that drop came up twice. It came up for me yesterday during one of my decodes, and then Dan confirmed it today.
Which drop?
I want to say 529. Is it 529 or 925?
Oh, I was just there, dude. It was Dan's video over Manhattan, right?
Right. Mirror that. Exactly. If you mirror it, it's 529. No, wait. I mirrored it in my decode, but I think he posted it at 529, correct?
That's interesting. Yeah, I think it was 529. Let me double check. 529, and it was 26 seconds long.
Right. Which I used both in my decodes the last couple of days.
No,
I think they've been.
Wasn't 529. It was. Yeah, let me just go to Dan.
925. It was one of those.
I think so. Let's see. Here it is. 26 seconds. Yeah. 8:59.
8:59. So where did I get the 529 from?
I don't know, but I was just at
8:59. Wait, no.
I was just at 2:59 from the September 18 drop. Red 9/11 funds raised versus distributed. Oversight: 7 out of 10 plane crashes are targeted kills. Those in the know never sleep. That was 2:59 with me earlier. So I don't know if that was what you were at one point.
No, definitely not. It was this one. Let me see if I can find why I went to it.
8:59 was the about the Kobe steel.
Right.
And Trump has been talking about American steel has to stay in America.
Oh, this is what it was. Mirror the 8:59.
All right, let me take us to
this was the confirmation that I got. But I also, the 529, I went to that as well. I don't recall why, but I went to that as well. So if you go to 958, which is 8:59 mirrored, you see that, right?
Yep, 9:58 is mirrored of 8:59. So 9:58, the FBI opened a case on Q today regarding boom statements and now the Texas bombings coordinated to end comms here. Predictable. They are scared. 4 a.m. 4 a.m. is always the 4 a.m. talking points.
Right.
They will fail. We know
Right.
the details Wednesday.
Exactly. Now, Wednesday at 00:22 hours, 12:22 a.m., Donald Trump posted, and I don't know why it took me to, I don't remember. I did a decode on it. But it took me to this drop. And, oh, this is what it was. So at 12:22 a.m., he posted, I don't recall exactly what it was, but he posted. So, of course, 22, it's a big one, right? But when the first news broke on the shooting, it was, for me, it was USA Today, and they gave a breakdown of what happened from the minute school started to when the first person heard someone yelling and then gunshots, to when the cops received the calls, to when the cops were dispatched. They gave you time frames, right? So the first person that heard the gunman, the 14-year-old boy, which, by the way, there's a father involved now, right? Murder, arrested for manslaughter. What do the drops say? So the timestamp, the first one they showed was 10 a.m.
Which drop you talking about?
The
family?
Where it says, no, it says, look into the father or something like that. Look at the father.
The one that Hannity, the Hannity com.
Was it Hannity?
Yeah,
I don't know. I haven't seen any. I've been cleaning my driveway and stuff all day today.
Dude.
I haven't really been on.
Dude, that's huge. I got to show you that. That's I'll take you to that after we finish this.
But you knew. I mean, if you know the drops, you knew that there was either going to be a therapist, or the kid was in therapy, or the father was involved somehow.
Yeah.
Right? And as it turns out, it was the father. But the drops literally tell you that. I don't remember which drop it was, but I know that there was a drop somewhere in there about the father.
I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you right now, since we're on that subject. Okay, so this, I did this already in the show. Okay, Joe Rambo picked this up today. Okay, Hannity stops. Well, I'm going to take you through this again, because anybody that's here. By the way, we got like I think we got 1,043 on Rumble, and we have 1729 on X and other platforms. So we're like 20, closing on 2,800. So welcome everybody. Thanks for being here. Sir Oliver Pollock with us, joined us, and let me take us to this X drop, which was this. Check this out.
I'm not seeing anything.
Sorry, shit. Okay, I got to share this tab instead. Okay, here we go.
For your particular, for the Commonwealth.
This is tonight?
But to
Last
allow
night.
it.
I didn't get to see it last night or tonight. I heard it was a part two.
For your
Okay, so just check out this.
for your particular, for the Commonwealth, you have no choice,
If I may,
but to allow it.
16 minutes and 30 seconds are up. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Hannity interruption.
Hannity interrupts.
Right.
Really,
That's in the
rudely.
drops. That's in the drops. The interrupter, I think. Like the drop say somebody interrupted Hannity.
Oh, we got to find that. So look at 1630, right? Law enforcement should interview the therapists. Each shooter has one coincidentally. Targets, relocation within 30 days of each shooting. New name, FBI doesn't know this. Spooks are hard to find. Dream to reality.
I was just on there. I posted that.
The Freemason symbol. Why are Freemasons on the scene of most shooting locations, openly giving interviews or in background shots? Symbolism will be their downfall.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I posted that.
Okay, now check this out. This is Hannity. This is Hannity later.
She's only done an interview for 16 minutes and 29 seconds spoken. So
1629, right?
Right.
Okay. Well, this post 1630 has this post in it.
Right.
So what's this post? Well, let's see.
You know what's funny? That I knew Hannity was going to come.
Look at this. Hold on.
You had to know that Hannity was going to come back into the picture.
Yes. Yeah.
Going by
Here's
the-
1629. Law enforcement should interview the therapists. Law enforcement should. Each shooter has one. So this is the insert for 1630, 1629, and Hannity gives the comms right in front of Trump. He's reading the script.
Right. Right.
I mean,
He
this is
knows,
uncanny.
and does he know? Right? Does Hannity know? I mean, he's in the drops quite a few times. I would imagine by now that he knows what the fuck's going on. You know?
Yeah. I don't remember the interruption though. Hannity.
Yeah, I went there yesterday. I'm trying to find it. Maybe I didn't post it. Maybe I thought about posting it, but I didn't. I was waiting to see, maybe I think that's what happened. I didn't post because I was waiting to see if anything would surface about the father. But I went to that drop yesterday. If you type in father, it might come up. And then we could type in Hannity and look for the.
We got a lot of fathers. Let's see. Godfather's coming up. Well, okay, here we go. Coincidence, another MSM narrative change upon release of damaging news. People are waking up, trace the background of the shooter, focus on the father.
Focus on father.
20
that
years.
Was it. Focus on father. Yep. That was one. I think there's a couple of drops that say that. But that was it. The focus on the father. Yep. And then he gets arrested.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah. But that was one. That was definitely the one. And the one with the Freemason symbol. I was looking at that yesterday. But going back to Donald Trump, he posted at 12:22 a.m.
Oh, by the way, well, just excuse me for the interruption. One sec. When I was on the V2K skull thing, there was A in kill brackets. And here we have A in kill brackets. Just wanted to point that out because that there's definitely connection there. Go ahead.
So at 10 o'clock, it says 10 to 10:30 is when they first heard what turned out to be the shooter.
Yeah.
Yelling to everybody to get down. Then they heard shots, blah, blah, blah. From 12:22 a.m. to 10 a.m., that's 9 hours and 38 minutes. Right?
Yep.
Go to drop 938.
N does not refer to Nazi. The continued Nazi ideology is relevant. Events will clarify. Think subgroup.
Right. So when you think of situations like this or events like this, young boy, a lot of times mentally disturbed, what have you, a lot of times are MK Ultra, if not every time. But you have to think maybe, they're all also part of Antifa, or some of them, right? That guy, Coach
Fascista.
Stephanie, huh?
Antifascista.
Yeah. So at 10:20 is when the police first got the call regarding the shooting, and that is 9 hours and 58 minutes after Trump's post. And drop 958, if you want to go there, it's where we just were.
Yeah.
8:59 mirrored.
Mm-hmm.
They will fall. We know the details. Wednesday in kill brackets. What was yesterday?
Wednesday. Yeah.
So for me, I look at stuff like this because
And
the
the
the news unlocks the map, right? But Trump is always ahead of everybody. Always. He'll always give you little signals or signs or whatever you want to call it. Whether it's him saying something in a rally, and we pick up on it because we're waiting for him to say something, or if it's in his drops. In this case, for me at least, he's posting at 12:22 a.m. and then if you look at drop 22, that's another.
Look at 958 too. Look at the timestamp on 958. It's 12:21:18. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So if we looked at the specific timestamps, it might even be there.
Right there. It's in your face.
Yeah,
It's in
totally.
your face. You can't deny it. That to me was a straight up comp. And let me tell you something.
Sorry, guys.
Look at Trump's new what do you call it? His picture for his Truth Social, right? With the face, the war paint on his face.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
What did I just post like 3 days ago, right before he changed that, or 4 days ago, whatever? I did a code with my own version of it. And I think it was the next day he changed it to this. Now, I'm not saying it was because of me. It's just a coincidence, right? But I can't count how many times I'll post something, and either that same day, a few hours later, or the next day, they confirm it. In this case, Scavino confirming that 8:59, or 9:58, however you want to look at it. For me,
Right.
it's the mirror, because it came up again. When it comes up, this is how I look at it. When it comes up again, you have to mirror it.
This is your post. Dude, yeah, you did this.
Yep.
Did you do that artwork?
Well,
Or
it
is
was it's AI, but it's what I told AI to do.
This one on the right here.
Yeah. Yeah. But look at it. Check this out. I don't know if you listened to this video. I did
didn't.
a
Sorry.
You see the clandestine little icon up to the top right?
Yeah, right here.
I explained in the video how he alluded to that drop the next fucking day. He changed his logo, his whatever you want to call it, whatever. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank. Why the fuck am I drawing a blank? He changed his avatar.
His avatar,
He
yeah.
changed his avatar to this, and he alluded to that drop with the clandestine picture on it.
Really?
100%. I explained it in that video. Blew my mind.
Wow.
So either somebody from his team is watching my decodes, or it's a coincidence.
Wow.
Go back and watch that when you have time. This, I try to keep it short because if it's too long, people lose focus. They don't like looking at long videos, whatever. But there's so many connections right here. It's ridiculous. Just the very first one. Look at the very first one. That's a 7:42 timestamp.
So I'm
on
just
his
going to
post.
point out some similarities between my post on September 2nd at 7:27 p.m. and Donald Trump's post from this morning at 7:42 a.m. Now, I got up and I did my usual thing. I go on, social media, check out the latest so far for the day. And I noticed that my boy Fletch 17, thank you, posted this post here, right? Donald Trump with the war paint on his face. There's an eerie, I should say, resemblance to mine. Oh, maybe eerie isn't the proper word, but you can see the resemblance. So I started digging. This post here, to begin with, it's not all in caps, but most of it is. So 28 words are in all caps, which comes out to 130 letters in uppercase, caps. Timestamp is 7:42, as I mentioned. Now, if you go to drop 7:42, that timestamp is 10:01. Keep that in mind. But at the bottom of that drop, it says, end is near. The media cleanse /JFK. I don't know why that moved. Fat fingers. So if you mirror that, drop 247, there's a lot going on here. We just heard about Peter Strzok through Cash Patel, right? Q asks,
And you and I were just on that the last show with Lisa Page in London.
That's right.
Paris.
Right.
Yeah.
100%. And did you catch the 10:01?
Which 10:01?
The timestamp on the 7:42 drop. 10:01.
Yeah. Yep. And 10:01 is Hillary's Gitmo.
It's still there.
Epstein.
But it's Hillary's pinned post. It's still there.
The book tour.
Mm-hmm. How was he paid? How did Q know? This is 2017. How did Q know? Who's Melissa Hodgman? That's his wife, the associate director at the SEC. Right. So how was he paid? Maybe they're insinuating that it was through the SEC. Scroll down a little bit, right in the middle here. Think Hillary.
It had to do with her promotion. So she was paid he was paid through her promotion and her increase in salary is the speculation there, right? His wife. Which is why it says data promotion.
Right. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was chewing something.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was during the Obama administration.
Yeah.
Or C, emails, Wiener laptop. We were just talking about this the other night on David Snedeker's show, the indoctrination show. Yeah.
There you go. Shout out, brother.
It's going to get better. It gets spicier. Number 2 in the FBI, wife connection. Number 2 is McCabe. His wife is Jill McCabe. She ran for Virginia Senate. She has ties to Hillary Clinton, the DNC, and Planned Parenthood. And at the bottom, it says
that was what was his name? McAuliffe, who donated like $500,000, and he was through Hillary Clinton. Terry McAuliffe, I think, donated $500,000 to her campaign for Virginia Senate. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do you understand the government is being gutted publicly? Bottom, middle, top. Interesting, huh? So I mentioned that there were 28 capitalized words and 133 caps altogether. Drop 133. You can read it all if you like, but this stands out to me. Triangle has 3 sides. Eye of Providence. Follow the bloodlines. Epstein Island. Have the puppet masters traveled to this island? When? How often? And why? Vladimir Putin is quoted as saying, the New World Order worships Satan. So 3 sides to the triangle. House of Saud, Rothschild, Soros, who is being targeted right now. And for all we know, he could be taken out already. We don't see his son anymore. We don't see him. So let's go to 28, because I mentioned there's 28 words here in all caps.
Here it
28
comes.
is another, I guess, coincidence. For me, it's a similarity between my decode here, right, where I wrote, I am a wartime president, and I depicted President Trump with the painted war face, right, American flag in the background. And you can look at this drop here. I highlighted insurrection, and I went on to add some material from the general military law here regarding Insurrection Act, the Act of 1807. At the bottom, I said nothing can stop what I already started. But at the top here, right-hand corner, I added the little clandestine icon, right? Well, what does drop 28 say?
Shit.
It says a lot.
Oh my
The first thing
God.
you see is that.
Are you serious?
Clandestine.
And the 1001 with the Epstein, which we talked about in
Take your
detail
time, read through this.
on your
Yep.
show.
It's all relevant. It all makes sense. At least to me, it does. Going back to drop 742, which is a timestamp
Dude, this
of
is
this post
unbelievable.
here. Remember, I mentioned that timestamp of drop 742 is 1001. Why is that important? Well, for me, it's important because drop 1001 is Epstein Island, and that timestamp is 9/11/01. Interesting, huh? The photo is titled 187 site_E, right? Epstein Island. At the bottom, it says D room H, D room R, D room C, pure evil, conspiracy Q. Where did we see that? Well, we just saw that up here, right? Think Hillary Rodham Clinton, HRC.
Yeah.
Vladimir Putin, the New World Order worships Satan, pure evil. We also saw Epstein Island.
So those
That
two drops combined
have the puppet master travel to this island.
are right
Happens
there in
on
that
that.
drop. If you
Nice.
combine those two drops, right, the HRC
Yep.
and the one with the quote with Vladimir Putin, they're both in this drop. You got the
Wow.
HRC and the pure evil, right?
Yeah.
Worship Satan
Yeah.
and HRC.
The
So
puppet
for
master
me, that's
travel to this island.
confirmation.
What happens on the island?
Absolutely. And this Hillary's timestamp on her pinned tweet is 10:01. This is Central Eastern Time, 10:01, and which takes us right to this
Another
Epstein
interesting
Island.
thing I want to point out is the fact that Hillary Clinton still has
Oh,
her
I'm sorry.
pinned post
I should have known.
one.
It's okay.
There's a lot going on here, right?
And you're East Coast, motherfucker, so you don't have to explain it like I do.
But Dave, tell me something.
Dude, this is unbelievable.
Hold on, pause it for a second.
Yeah, it's paused.
Tell me something.
Yeah.
Well, let it play a little bit to get that off to straighten out the screen so we
Okay.
can show so we can show it. Yeah.
The fact
Okay.
that they
Now, tell me something. Why would they add 10 more dates with the last date ending on the 28th?
And for everybody watching, okay, the 28th was when Q started. That was the first Q drop, was October 28th, 2017. Okay. Yeah. How about that, man?
Mhm.
And October 17th, 17 is in Durham, North Carolina. Durham.
Yeah. You could skip through that real quick because we just explained that. Get to the video.
Dude, this is awesome. Holy cow.
Right there. Go back a little bit. Go back. A little more. Right there.
going back to this post here, the 1001. I got the 1001 from drop 742. That's the timestamp. Got it from this post here, timestamp 7:42 a.m. Right, Trump's post. You got that 187 site, right? It refers to a place. And Trump, not that long ago, said this.
Oh, I love you put the video in.
$1.87 a gallon. We actually had many months where it was lower than that, but we hit 187, which was a perfect place, an absolutely beautiful number.
A perfect place.
Yeah.
A beautiful number.
Yep.
We
Yeah.
know that's not Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
We know that's not beautiful Hillary Clinton. Come
No.
on, folks. Let me know what you think. I'll go out.
Well, actually, I think that might be beautiful because he didn't start calling her beautiful until after it wasn't her anymore.
Yeah.
Right? So Dude, that's an incredible dive, brother. That is so awesome. And I can't believe how similar the war paint is.
So he never posted this. This was the first time, from my recollection, that he used this on his truth. I have seen this before, but he never used it on truth as he's using it right now as his, his avatar.
Yeah.
But it was a day. It was 7:40. It was 7:27 that I posted mine p.m. and he posted that at 7:42 a.m. I guess a day and a half later.
Mm-hmm.
So I posted mine on September 2nd. He changed his yesterday. Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday morning.
You mean to this? This has been oh God. How long has this been going on?
It was after I did that decode when he changed it. You know how I could tell? I'll tell you right now because Fletch noticed it. You know Fletch, right? Thank you, 17.
We've never connected, but I know him, and I think he follows me.
Yeah, he noticed it, and he posted it. So we could go to his page, and he posts a lot, so it'll take a while to search through his page. But oh yeah, you can do that too. Well, I don't know. I think they'll all show up with that.
Does it change the whole thing if you do that?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. 100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Let me see if I could find it through Flex. I remember he did it. He posted about it.
I shared this too. And I'm like, oh shit, I gotta watch this, but I know I looked at it and I'm like, oh, this is solid. I can see the caps, I can see, right? I didn't listen, but I shared it before watching it. So I'm busted.
I have to redo one that I did not too long ago where the sound was horrible. It was, I think it was
I remember that. We played that on the show.
It was horrible. I regret it. I'm gonna have to redo that because it took me so long to put together, and it turned out to be like a 34-minute video, but the sound was it was bad. And I didn't know.
You need my help. I'm a sound expert. Out of my 1,100 hours of live programming, I'm sorry, 1,100 shows, 6,000 hours of live programming. I think a third of it is muted. So it's
that's funny. Okay. Okay. I'm on his page. So second.
Yeah, me too.
Second.
No, he doesn't follow me.
Maybe it was a different. Maybe it was before that. I don't know. Oh, right here. New Trump. I'm telling you, the morning of September 4th is when he changed it. Fletch says new Trump.
You can pull the screen if you want. You can pull that up.
You could do that? Okay, let me see. Oh, but I'm not on the same. If you go to Fletch 17 September 4th, you see the picture of him, the war face.
Oh, here.
You got it?
I just went past September 4th.
Because I'm not logged in on this search engine. I went to Safari to bring it up. But it was that morning. It was that morning that Trump changed it.
Oh, here it is. Okay.
Yesterday morning.
You all know that this war paint face, right? I haven't seen him post that pic in a post before.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I decoded this. That's why I did the witch hunt decode. Have you seen my witch hunt decode?
No, I don't think so.
Let me try to log in here. I always forget my password. Let me see.
I can pull it up. It would have been right before the 4th, right?
No, it was after this because I used this drop. I decoded this drop. I believe it was this one where I said release the gag order or free Donald Trump, something like that. Let me see. Do I have it on here? I don't know if I have it on here. The greatest political witch hunt. That's what I labeled it. The greatest political witch hunt. And I added, oh, it was the video that I just described to you. I made a graphic of it. The video that we just watched, I should say.
Okay.
I made a graphic of it. So if you go to my page, it should be yesterday.
How about Musk deleting? Here it is. Trump on Truth. No. Yeah.
I don't remember my password.
This one? No. Do you see it?
Go back. No, not that one. What date is that?
September 4th.
I think I did that one first. Yeah, because I used the 22. See the timestamp?
Yep.
I used this 22. Yeah, so it's after that. It's not that one.
No.
Maybe it was right before that. I don't know. Scroll a little more, and then if not, then it was before that one. But it couldn't have been because right there. Well, keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Shit, did I not do it? No, I did.
MK Ultra.
Right there. Nope, not that one. Jesus, did I not post it? Maybe I didn't post it. I saw it in my photos. I know I put it together, but maybe I didn't post it.
You, dude, the stuff on your cutting room floor is fire. You gotta clean up, man. You gotta sweep that shit up and put it on your page.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's got to be there. No, it's
we went through it all. Maybe it must be before. Let's see.
So I use that graphic. If you scroll up a little more, the other way, go quick. A little more, right there. Click on that
graphic.
Yeah, I use that as my backdrop for the decode.
Okay. I think I saw that. No, maybe that's where I saw it. Yeah, not looking good. I don't think you did it.
No, I know I did. I could show it to you.
I mean, posted it. I don't think you
maybe
posted.
Maybe I didn't post it.
Did you reply to somebody with it? Maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Was it before the this White House scene right here?
Yeah, they gave him my nightstand.
Oh my God, this is unbelievable. The White House, Washington.
So in my photos, it says that I created it on the 4th, the graphic. Let me go to my replies. Oh, let me go to my media because it should pop up right in my media. Oh shit, I didn't post it. It's not in my media.
Well, we can premiere it right here.
How do I do that? I got to send it to you.
Put it up on your wall, or I can. Oh,
it was a video. 12-second video. Why is it not on my page?
You can send it to me and I could post it in
Yeah.
unless you
Well,
want
that was stupid of me.
I'm glad we found it. I'm glad we found the problem.
I don't understand why I didn't post that. That's a 35-second video, so it's not that one. Oh, I could tell you what happened. I was having trouble posting it. My computer, everything was acting up, and I just got tired. I fell asleep.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's what
I've done that before. I've done that before with good stuff too, man. I'm in bed and I'm trying to post and I fall asleep. I've done that so many times. Rivka says, Dave, do you know how Barron is in the news more? Just started college. Did you know his IQ is reported to be 170? Yes. 17 right there.
We hit 187, which was a perfect place, an absolutely beautiful number.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
$1.87 a gallon. We actually had many months where it was lower than that, but we hit 187, which was a perfect place.
So this is
having trouble hearing it though.
That's the unedited one. So
can you send it to me in private chat?
I have to first post it, right? No, I don't. I could just send it to you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's hard to hear that though.
Can you hear me? Yeah. All right. I'm waiting for it to upload. Once it finishes uploading, I'll send it to you. It's at 50% right now, 52.
Okay.
It's moving pretty quick now. I'm actually going to post it and tag you.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, and then I'm going to delete it because this is the unedited one. So you should be able to snatch it up now.
Okay.
It's pretty much what we just went over. I just made a graphic of it.
Got it.
Yeah.
The greatest political witch hunt. Here we go.
Yeah, so that's the video that we just watched.
$1.87 a gallon. We actually had many months where it was lower than that, but we hit 187, which was a perfect place, an absolutely beautiful number. $1.87 a gallon. We actually had many months where it was lower than that, but we hit 187, which was a perfect place, an absolutely beautiful number.
Yeah, and so it was after this that he was it after this? No, it was this. 20, yeah, it was this one.
But we hit 187, which was a perfect place, an absolutely beautiful number.
So
$1.87 a gallon. We actually
all right,
had.
let's pause it. Pause that. We'll get rid of it. Sorry. So in this graphic, I added drop 28. But remember the other graphic, it was just the logo.
Mm-hmm.
It was just the icon, right? The clandestine, right. And so he confirmed it with this post. Yeah, I didn't post it. I don't know why I didn't post it. I'm gonna have to delete it now because it's not edited.
You mean the 28?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you took us to drop 28 on that last decode.
Yep. But that's what I'm saying. That was before he posted this. That was before my other decode it didn't have drop 28. It only had, the picture, that picture there of the clandestine character.
No, you went to drop 28.
Yeah, but I went there because of Trump's post that we're looking at here. See that? The only reason why I went to 28
is because of his post, but I had used this for my decode without showing drop 28. You understand?
Yeah, yeah.
And then he posted his post with the 28 capital letters. That's what led me back there. I'm like,
Right.
oh, look at here. Fucking direct connection.
Right. Nice. Nice.
For me, like right now, the way I read him is mostly through the caps. Whenever I see him post something in all caps or partial caps, he's definitely trying to tell us something. You know, and I saw looking in all angles, you know.
Especially when the caps don't make any sense.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Sometimes he'll capitalize a word that doesn't have to be capitalized at all, or just the first letter of the word. You know.
Yeah.
And,
we're
and
at 2,800 here.
Yeah. And a lot of times it's just like boom, right in your face. You know.
So we were just talking about 28, and we're at 2,800.
People
in the Sned Shed. Yeah.
Nice.
How about that?
Nice.
That's awesome.
You know, I think what they're trying to point us to now will ultimately be the Wiener laptop. You know, I think because I know for a fact that there are still some officers, NYPD officers from then, who are still around and want to say something about it, but they can't. You know,
do you know for a fact that 10 of those officers are now dead out of
12.
12?
12 or 14. Yep.
12 or 14. And
Yep.
what's the chatter about that? Is it were they suicided, or did they commit suicide because of what they witnessed, or both?
It started out both.
Okay.
You know, it started out with the captain who was 100% was going to release it all, and they took him out, and then a few others within days. I think it was like within 4 days. You know, a few of them were taken out, from what I remember. But again, you know, at that time, that was pre-Q. You know, and they couldn't have any of that getting out.
Yeah.
But a lot of us already knew. We knew what was going on. And we saw the bullshit sentence they gave Anthony Weiner. We knew right away he was cooperating.
Yeah.
You know, he's maybe he's taken some acting lessons since, because he's playing a role now, you know.
He even did it again. Like he did the shit again. I mean, it's like, come on, dude.
It's, but I really do believe that it's gonna end where it all began. And what I mean by that is it began here in New York with the assassination attempt of Junior. You know, and then Hillary became senator of New York.
Right.
You know, for me, that was the start. You know, I know it started a long time before that, as far as the, you know, the whole operation. I go back to, you know, the days of McCarthy. You know, when JFK Sr. was a senator. You know, that's when I really think this whole sting operation started. You know, with the Communist Party they had infiltrated our government. You know, I think that's when it really began. And I forget the guy's name, but Kennedy was the deciding vote as to whether or not he was going to be confirmed for, I forget what position it was. Forgive me. Yeah, I can't think of it right now. But it had a lot to do with Oppenheimer and you know, the Manhattan Project and things of that nature. And Kennedy put a stop to it. And then he went on, we know now, you know, he went on to become president. I think it started then. And, you know, here we are now. I really still believe wholeheartedly that Junior's alive. I don't think RFK Jr.
was the big surprise. I think there's going to be more surprises. I don't think Tulsi Gabbard and others like that switching over to. I think it's great. I think it's great that for optics, that they show these lifelong Democrats switching over. I think that's fucking awesome. But me personally, I don't trust her, and I don't trust a whole bunch of other people that everyone's riding on right now. Vivek's a fucking snake. JD Vance. I mean, come on, with the whole adrenochrome. To me, it's still like him putting people up on the podium, like right in Front Street for everyone to, to critic, for us to dig in, continue digging and expose him, right? Why would he do that after what happened to him from 16 to 20? Why would he choose these people unless there's still some key players that he's, for lack of a better term, he's playing the role to remain on their good side so that he will eventually expose them. And that, I'm talking about people who wear the thing on their head, those people, because there's a strong connection with JD Vance and those people. Very strong connection.
We showed that video of him at that concert.
Bar mitzvah.
Yeah, I mean, it was just yeah.
Well, if you look at what happened in the Queens Midtown Tunnel, one of the I don't know who it is. I didn't dig into it, but one of the spokespersons that they were questioning was one of them. The mayor was standing next to him. I never seen this guy before, but he was front and center talking about what happened. So I'm like, really? So this is the guy who they turned to when this happened? Interesting. You have Sloan Kettering there. You have NYU. You have Rockefeller. All up and down the East River. They control that whole area there, 100%. And on the other side,
Rockefeller owned the land that he gave to the UN.
Right. And then you have the Wallenbergs. They honored one of the Wallenbergs with a monument there at the United Nations. And going back to early New York City with the docks, they control the docks. They still control the docks. A lot of people think it's the Italian mob, but no, the Jewish control the docks. Always have.
And they control the Diamond District.
That's right. 100%. I was in bed with a guy in 1995, 96, 97. I severed my ties with him. He was ex-KGB. He answered to one guy. There was one guy above him who was an also ex-KGB turned evangelist, one of the most famous evangelists in Russia. And he came here. I'm not going to say his name, but he came here. His mission was to open newspaper companies, or a newspaper company with several distribution centers throughout the United States and Canada. And I went with him personally. At the time, I had a limousine business and I was his driver. And so I went with him to almost every state in the United States, and he set up shop everywhere we went. This guy, he had endless supply of funds, resources, and that was his mission, to set up, newspaper distribution centers throughout the United States. And I could tell you firsthand, that guy was involved in almost everything. Diamonds, 100%. But years ago, prior to him and I meeting, and I met him through an Italian friend of mine, also connected. But years ago, prior to meeting him, he was arrested for a helicopter load of heroin, pure heroin, Afghani heroin. And he only got 5 years. This is how powerful this man was. They now serve kosher food in prisons because of this man. He was interviewed on 2020. I think it was Ted Koppel who interviewed him on 2020 about that incident in Sing Sing, where he pretty much shut the jail down over the food. And they started serving kosher food because of him. So a very powerful man. You know, I was fortunate enough several times, I guess, to be present in meetings that he had with his, Russian counterparts. They all, I remember this shit like it was yesterday. They all had a bottle of vodka, drank it like nothing, and nothing meant anything to them. They were ruthless. And
David Radler?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm not gonna say his name.
Okay.
But no. And he told me one day, he comes to me, he loved smoking weed, and I also was his connect in that aspect. And he came to me one day high as fuck, and he's laughing. He got close and close to my face. All of a sudden, he's right in my face and laughing like crazy. And I said, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" He goes, "I just bought your file from the FBI for $1." And I thought he was joking. I shit you not. I thought he was fucking with me. And he showed me my file. And that's when I said, "Fuck you, I'm out. Can't fuck with you." Yeah, he had no care for nothing. And we were going, and when we went to Boston, I had a presidential suite in Boston. And I'm by myself. He was giving me thousands of dollars. Every time we went somewhere, here's a few grand. Here, go do what you want. He was having an affair with his secretary. And he brought her along for the ride. So he would rent these lavish suites and give me whatever room I wanted. I didn't ask for anything. He just set it up that way. But Boston, Toronto, Detroit, you name it, all up down the north and down to California, through the Grand Canyon into California, down the southern coast, Texas, Louisiana, Florida, back up the East Coast. We hit almost every state, and he set up shop. Newspapers, that's what they were doing. Knowing what I know now, right? Thinking back, they were infiltrating it's been proven, right?
Do you know Conrad Black?
I don't. No.
Okay.
I didn't listen. It was him and only him. I was his driver. I met a lot of his friends, but I'm not going to remember their names or even faces. I didn't want to.
Shepard?
No. Okay. No, people are throwing names. I'm not going to say his name. You can say whatever names you want. I'm not going to mention the guy's name. He's still around. But I don't fuck with him. But when you mention diamonds, I'll tell you a true story. I was given a job. It was a bus. He had a yellow bus company. He had the lot in Brooklyn, and they would all come, each with a suitcase in hand, and they would get on the yellow bus and drive to the Diamond District. So he offered me a job to take the bus. And again, I thought he was fucking out of his mind, but he was dead serious. And I'm like, dude, there's no way. There's no way that's going to happen. But for the heck, for the fun of it, I staked it out, whatever. They shut down the streets when this bus comes in. They meaning the NYPD. So when that bus got into the Diamond District, I don't know, I think it was 44th. I don't remember the exact street, but when that bus drove into the street where they all got off, the cops shut off their surrounding blocks to let them get to their stores. Have you ever been to the Diamond District?
Sure.
Okay, so you know how they have offices set up sometimes in the 3rd floor, 4th floor, whatever. They're not all storefronts. Some of them are up a few floors in the building. You walk in, it's a little tiny little room with bulletproof glass, and that's how they conduct their business. But sometimes they do a lot of business,
Right.
So yeah, they shut down the blocks, the police, the NYPD. I watched it with my own eyes. And I said to him, there's no fucking way this is gonna happen. But this is how crazy he was, He didn't care. We're talking about a busload full of briefcases. And he gave me all the particulars, whatever, but there was just no way it was gonna happen.
Right.
Yeah. True story. Sorry, guys, that was me many, many years ago. I'm an entirely different person, I swear. I love Jesus. I love my family. I love my life. I value my life. Back then, I was pretty stupid. I did some dumb shit back then, but I'm good.
Yeah, I've got it's when you live in a world, especially New York. I mean, you could, step off a curb into organized crime, for crying out loud. It's like it's easier in some places to, I was at Johnny Bonanno's, you know, house in LA, and I didn't even know who the hell he was. It's like
Joseph Bonanno.
What is it?
Joseph Bonanno or Johnny Bonanno?
Johnny's son. I think it was Johnny's son. Yeah. So, but it's just it's amazing how you run into to situations like that and the connections you make with people. It's unbelievable. So cool story. The this Marchand suit is going to be very interesting. It's funny how Fonnie Willis was exposed, Alvin Bragg is being exposed, Marchand is being exposed. This is unbelievable. Like Trump's a mirror, for crying out loud.
It's almost as if he's giving them the rope and they're just hanging themselves. But you got to look at it this way. This is how I look at it, right? There's this evil entity who's got you by the balls. And they're telling you every day, you got to put this motherfucker behind bars.
Yeah.
Right? By any means necessary. And if you don't, this is what's going to happen. So, whether he's evil or not himself, he's got these people behind him pushing for him to do this. And on the other end of the spectrum, Trump is like, go ahead, do it. Because I'm just going to keep dropping shit, and it's going to get worse for you. I mean, who knew that? And remember, let me go back a couple of months ago, they raided one of the aides of the mayor from New York. You remember that? You don't remember that?
Yeah, no. Yeah, was it child porn?
I don't remember what it was about or who it was, but they raided one of the aides of the mayor, and it was right after he started questioning, the migrants being brought in, and he started saying things like, "We can't accommodate for all these people." He started going against the grain, and so they hit him with a warning shot, and they took one of his aides. They raided his home. And I believe they started looking into him. I don't recall if his offices were raided or not. Yeah, I don't recall. When was this? Hold on.
They
What's
raided
that?
the homes of top aides, confidants to New York Mayor Eric Adams, including the city's police commissioner, in what appeared to be a major corruption probe at the heart of America's biggest city.
But this is now, right? That's now.
This was August 16th.
Wait. You're scrolling too fast. Hold on. Go back up a little bit.
Let me
Wednesday and Thursday.
Just read. Here we go. Hold on. I can't do just read on this one.
So hold on. Hold on. Go back. Read the caption. Yeah, right there.
Eric Adams looks on as he attends a press conference at the City Hall after it was revealed that he received a fresh round of federal grand jury subpoenas.
Right. That was on the 16th. But what you just showed me was today.
Yeah.
Right. But prior to that, the 16th, prior to that, they raided one of his aides' homes or the office. I remember that. And then they hit him with the subpoenas. Yes. But this article is today.
Oh,
this
okay.
is, yeah.
All these ads are getting it.
So you know how I'm looking at this? He didn't want to play ball. Right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
He didn't want to play ball. So they're coming after him. But at the same time, you know, he probably has some goods on him.
Yeah.
Like you know, what's on that laptop and more.
Well, it's like, yeah, exactly. Right. And he was baptized by Al Sharpton on Rikers Island.
No, oh wow. Yeah.
Are you shitting me?
What the fuck?
This is March 30th. I never knew that. Holy shit.
Who the hell would want to get baptized on Rikers Island? Stupid.
Oh my God.
Stupid.
On Good Friday. Because he's got a lot of pressure to close that jail.
Right. Right.
Wow.
Yeah. So I mean, when I saw Eddie's name involved in all this, I immediately thought, you know, the people who he was involved with prior to getting that position, you know, and I know that they've all been to his spot, including Mayor Adams. You know, a good friend of mine is friends with him, and I remember telling him with Mayor Adams. I remember we had a friendly argument prior to him becoming mayor. He used to go to his spot and he used to get silly drunk. You know, he would get drunk and say and act silly, you know.
Yeah.
And I remember saying to him, like, yo, this guy's no good. You know, you're supporting him and I get it, you know, you got a business to run and all that, but he's no good, bro. I remember telling him.
Adams, you were talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He was arrested. He has a history.
Well, the neighborhood he's from is, you know, notorious for you know, crack cocaine. One of the first areas in the city.
Where's he from?
Queens, I want to say Queens and Brooklyn. Or is it Brooklyn?
Okay. And he was funded by the Turkish.
Yeah, I want to say he's from that same area where Fat Cat was from. And the same thing with what's the guy from the Democrat Party? Hakeem Jeffries.
Yeah.
You know, they all came up together.
Okay.
And you know, it's just interesting for me because I remember those times. You know, I'm from the Bronx, but I remember back in those days, you know, when a lot of that
right back, bro.
Yeah. A lot of that went down. It was a police officer who was murdered by one of the guys from the gang out of Queens. And you know, you look at these guys now, you know, they're officers, high-ranking officers, and the mayor of New York, who was around in those times as well. And I want to say there's still a connection there, especially with Hakeem Jeffries. There's definitely still a connection with him and that, you know, that hood. And so it just makes you wonder. You know, you see things in movies and in television shows where you know you have dirty cops and dirty officials, you know, playing both sides of the game, so to speak. And you You know, he definitely fits that description. They both do, him and Eddie. But it's going to be very interesting to see what happens with these subpoenas and with the confiscation of the phones. That's big. I think of Puffy when they got Puffy. You know, they let him go, but they got his phones. And pretty much everything they need is on those phones. Same scenario. You know, if you're involved in any nefarious dealings, more than likely you're communicating with these people on your phones. These people are stupid. They think they're untouchable, and they talk on the phones. You know, a lot of them talking code. Some of them, you know, arrange for, you know, rendezvous where they can talk in person, but still, the other person's phone number's on there. You might have text messages, emails, what have you. You know, that'll lead to the locations where you all frequent, like Con Sofrito. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see. You know, I want to see New York come out of this, you know, and be the beacon that I you know, once knew it was. I mean, yeah, it was always corrupt, what have you, but I do remember a time living in New York where it was a fun place to be, you know, and I know it can be a great city. Just gotta get rid of this damn corruption. It's so corrupt.
Yeah.
So
I was there in the 90s, man. It was a great place to be.
Yeah, it was great times, man. I mean, we used to go out and hang out and have a great time and have no worries. And then it turned into, you know, just so much violence. You couldn't go out anymore, you know. And my friend opened a distribution center in the South Bronx, and I was down there not too long ago. And I go to the store, you know, your local bodega. Back when I lived there years ago, the bodegas were primarily owned by Puerto Ricans, and then the Dominicans pretty much took over that. But now it's like a lot of Mexicans and Muslims. And even through the streets, I saw a lot of Mexicans in the streets. You know, I got nothing against Mexicans. It was just different for me to see. I feel like I was in California, you know, and many of them, you could just tell by looking at them, they're, you know, they're not legit. You know, they have that I don't give a fuck mentality. You know, you're living in the South Bronx. You know, it's not a good area. And yeah, I don't live there anymore, but judging by what I saw, it didn't look like it was getting better. So a lot of cleaning up it needs to be done. And when I think of Donald Trump saying he's going to deport 10 to 20 million illegal aliens, for me, he's talking about those who have been here.
Yeah.
Probably for decades.
Dude.
You know, like all of them, right?
This is what I've always been saying since he started talking about deportation. I've always said this is going to get rid of all of them. Because how do you differentiate? How do you prove, you know, when you came? And if we're getting rid of all illegal aliens, remember how he said houses are going to be half the cost?
Right.
That's how.
Right.
That's how.
Well, it cuts out a lot of, you know, pork. You know, our government is full of handouts. You know, obviously, right? We're witnessing it, right? They're giving out, what was it, 15,000 in food stamps and $5,000 in cash to all these illegal immigrants. You know, I don't think that's new.
How much have you gotten, by the way?
Say that again.
How much have you gotten?
Shit.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, what the fuck, man?
Yeah. Yeah. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. He mentioned something today. I didn't see it. As I said earlier, I haven't had a chance to see the town halls. But someone said that he mentioned that he alluded to wealth in the sense of I can't remember what it was. It was almost like he was talking about Nasara, but he said, but we'll call it something else. I forgot what it was. And it clicked. I'm like, wait a minute. Is he talking about Nasara, like giving back the wealth to us, to the people? He couldn't do it with the illegals here. They're not entitled to anything.
Right. Right.
Make them come back the right way. Make them earn their living here. And I kind of blame the business owners as well, because instead of hiring Americans who need to work, they'd rather hire the illegals and pay them a lot less. And what they do is they form cliques, or they come, whole families sometimes. I've seen this. And they find jobs in restaurants and hotels, and a lot of them are related. And so if you hire one of them, they'll recommend someone they know, not knowing that it's their brother or cousin or whatever. And before you know it, you have the whole family in the kitchen, or the whole family working in the hotel. So you can't really knock them for that. They're trying to hustle and feed their families back in their country. I get that.
Yeah.
In that case, you got to blame the employer.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And that needs to be cracked down on. It's a huge problem, especially in the construction field. That's probably the worst. All these non-union outfits, they get a ton of small jobs. 1 week job, 2 week jobs, 1 day jobs, 3 day jobs, and all they do is hire, illegals.
Right.
They come in, they bang it out, and they're gone. And the employer is making, tons of money hand over fist, paying these guys probably $100 a day, $150 a day maybe, as opposed to paying a unionized, highly trained, skilled worker, $300 or $400. But then you hear and you see all these accidents, many times deaths, especially in my profession with the cranes. You see cranes collapsing. That's all non-union outfits. They don't care about safety. They care about money. So,
yep, exactly.
Hopefully that'll all change.
Yeah, I mean, Giuliani did a great job with New York City when he was mayor, and that really cleaned up a lot of areas in New York, and made the 90s really a fabulous place in New York City.
Wait. I'm sorry to cut you off, Dave. Somebody said Trump is having an emergency press conference tomorrow?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't know what time. Guys,
Awesome.
will you put the time in, please? We were talking about that earlier today. Yeah. Shay says, before 1913, there were no taxes, and yet cities ran fine. They don't need the taxes they steal. I mean, look at the buildings in New York City. Look at the library. Look at the Union Station, Penn Station. I mean, these buildings,
beautiful.
I mean, incredible. Incredible.
And that was all on one income. Didn't Ingersoll just put out a song about that? Didn't they say that something about, families living off of one income?
Yes.
I heard that somewhere, right?
Yep.
Didn't we hear that?
Yep. Absolutely. 9:30 a.m. Is that Eastern, Janie?
Probably.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, the museums. Yeah, exactly. How about the museum?
Oh, hell yeah. True story. I worked at the Met, and we had to be escorted through the building because we weren't allowed to touch anything. But I was able to go behind the scenes in that building, and I saw a lot of this shit that people don't get to see because we build an addition to the museum on the backside, you know, and that was an amazing job. I got to see all the art every day, and stuff behind the scenes, you know. Yeah,
it says 12 Eastern. We're getting some
12.
different times. 7th, September 6th. Yeah, it's let's see.
Well, he should say it on Truth, right? Did you mention it on Truth?
Yeah, good point. Hey, buddy. Hold on a sec. Good boy. What a good boy. Come on back. Come on. Come on, buddy. We're going to go. We're going to walk. What a good boy. What a good boy. Yeah.
September 7th.
My 6-month-old puppy, I can let him out the front and no fence, no leash, and he, comes right back.
Is he only 6 months?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he's amazing. So smart. Let's see.
Labradoodle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, very smart.
And we'll be going for a walk here shortly. Yeah, he said something about going back to being able to raise a family on a single income again. Thank you, Roland. Yes, exactly.
Who said that? Trump said that?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yep. Yeah.
So I remember. I didn't hear him say it. I saw someone else post it, and I think he said something about wealth, like newfound wealth or something like that. And then he said, "But we'll call it something else." And I can't remember where I saw it or what it was exactly, but that made me think of Nasara.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because you've been down that rabbit hole, right? All that's true. You know,
yeah.
They value us at 20 million when we're born, and they sell us on the market as commodities, and they make so much interest off of us over our lifespan. So
and that's all our money,
right? We're due that. We're due that at least the interest, if not all.
Yeah.
And I always said, if that does happen, right? If we're all just giving back our wealth that was stolen from us, what would that do? Well, many people will go batshit fucking crazy spending money, right? Irresponsibly. That's a given. But many of us, we've learned over our lifetime that it's important to manage your finances properly, right? Because that's potentially generational wealth right there. Yeah. Right. So you have to do the right thing with that. But for me, the main thing is there would immediately be less crime.
Absolutely. Right? Absolutely.
100%.
No crime.
100%.
Zero crime.
Couple that together with making America healthy again and giving us all the hidden secrets to maintain our health, all the holistic healing methods. I mean, we should never have any issues moving forward, as long as we can get along with each other, respect each other, honor our mothers and fathers, children respect their parents, that kind of thing. Fix the education system, fix our local governments, and everyone would just enjoy life. If everyone knew how to grow their own vegetables and pretty much be self-sustainable and have this money, this wealth, this vast wealth, right? That you could basically travel the world if you wanted to, which is probably, hey, buddy.
Say hi, buddy. Say hi.
What's up there?
Say hi.
He's funny. Look at him. Oh, he's big. So he's
big, yeah.
So he's more like a standard poodle than anything else.
Well, he's the runt of the litter. So normally the Labradoodles, he's messing with the mouse right now. The Labradoodles are they're bigger than him, actually, and his sister, who my buddy Ed has, is much bigger than him. So he's as big as he is. He's a runt of the litter.
Yeah, he looks pretty big for a runt.
He needs a grooming, his first cut, because his hair is getting long and he's a mess right now. I think I should have called him Marvin for Messy Marvin. Yeah, you're Messy Marvin. Yes. Ruff.
He's adorable. He's adorable.
This is a very professional show here. Okay, it's very. I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to be very. You're not helpful. I'm trying to be professional here. This would not. Sean Hannity would not do this right now. Okay. All right.
You'll look back at these videos and crack up.
Yeah.
That's adorable.
Yeah. So he knows it's time for our walk. So he's like, come on. You said it was going to be an early show tonight. You said we were going to go for a walk early. Didn't, huh? Yeah. We're going to go.
Norman, you got a point there. I see you put up, could tomorrow be the Friday we've been waiting for? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. I've been waiting for you to comment on that. Yeah. What do you think?
Well, I mean, could be. We're what, 10 days now, 12 days now from the sentencing date. Did you get a text message from Trump's team about that?
About what?
I got a text message from Trump's team. Check this out.
Okay.
And they keep trying to reach out to me to go door knocking. But I got a text message. Where is it? Right here. 13 days until darkness reigns on MAGA.
What?
Yeah. 13 days until darkness reigns on MAGA. It's Trump sentencing day. It is almost here. It's Trump.
Okay.
It's Trump. Sentencing day is almost here. Why would they do that? And then it says, in all caps, a symbol of resistance against the Harris regime. Sometimes I think they send comms this way as well. Nobody wants to confirm what time they received theirs. Guess what time I received mine?
What time?
5:50.
Are you serious?
I swear to God. Why would I bullshit you?
Oh my God.
5:50. 5 by 5.
That's awesome, man.
It's crazy, right? I could text it to you.
Please do.
I'm going to text you right now.
Send it to me and I'll pull it up. And of course, folks, this is well, you all know this is what 5-5 refers to.
Yeah, I just sent it. Wait, didn't the lady just say it? Somebody just said this. Alpha said this. Alpha said, could this be the look to Twitter thing? And so I asked him, what time did you get your message? And I looked at mine and I noticed it was 5:50. So he must have gotten his at 5:50 as well.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah, so I'm trying to find out because I know a couple other people who got it, but they haven't responded as to what time they got it. Did you get it? Yeah, there it is.
I'm calling on 2 million patriots to rise up and join my fight today. 13 days until darkness reigns on MAGA. It's Trump. Sentencing day is almost here. This is what I'll be wearing.
Look at the time right there, 5:50.
5:50. That's awesome.
It's crazy, right?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No. So I was going to say, wasn't 7:52 in your dive, but that I think it was 7:42.
No, let me tell you, there have been times where I get messages from them that when I look at the drops, I'm like, no fucking way. I'm not even going to post this. That's just for me to see.
Really?
it just makes sense. You know, I mean, why would they do that at 5:50?
Yeah.
It's just one of those things that makes you go, 13 days until darkness falls. Cash was just talking about a potential blackout that they may attempt to take out our power grid. Did you see that?
I didn't. I didn't see that whole interview. I just
Cash
saw
Patel. I didn't see it either, but I saw some highlights. I think
an interview with Sean Ryan.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And within that interview, he mentions the potential blackout and that we're not ready. We know they're ready, but he made it seem as if we're not ready for that. So there may they may just be a temporary blackout, you know, and that's one theory I had as far as National Guard, the ramp up of National Guard in New York City, because they've been there, but there's just more National Guard there now. And so that one of my theories is that they may, you know, black out the city and take care of what they need to take care of during that time. The drops say that, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Stop. Get down. Get down. Interesting that
arrest warrants for CEO of Gab and Rumble. Is that true?
What's that?
Somebody put arrest warrants for CEO of Gab and Rumble. Buffering. Where'd you see that? Okay, he put a link. I don't know if this is the link to it. I can't do nothing with it. Can you do something with that? What do you have to do? Copy and paste?
No.
I don't even. Can I copy it? No, I can't even copy and paste. He said arrest warrants for the CEO of Gab and Rumble. Have you heard of that?
No. The CEO, Gab CEO, contradicts testimony from FBI deputy director about social media posts attributed to Trump rally shooter. That was July 30th, 2024. Buffering, will you send it to my email, please? Because I can't pull it up, but I can pull up the link on my email, and I'll pull that up right now.
Yeah, somebody asked drop 550, but that can also be looked at as, you know, you drop the 0 and 5 by 5, or 50 or 55.
And by the way, I went there. It's Soros and No Name,
right? In Davos.
In Davos, and it's the blue takes us to 34, which is Q Clearance Patriot, which has been popping up quite a bit.
Yeah, that was the first 41020.
Oh yeah,
34 and 35.
Yeah.
They tell us to pay attention to the drops that keep coming up more frequently, because that's what's happening. Right? I don't recall what drop it is that says that, but it says something, and I'm paraphrasing. It says something along the lines of, you know, pay close attention to the ones that keep, you know, popping up, because that's what's happening. So, and the way things are happening at the rate that they're happening, that's what's blowing my mind.
I know. The sheer number of comms is just really like, wow.
It's crazy. Now Hannity's back in the picture.
Yeah. Somebody asked if Hannity's good or bad, and I'll just say that he's being used.
Yeah. Remember, Hannity always mentions that he wears the FBI pin, and he's always mentioned that he has close friends and rank and file FBI. So I think, like many others, there was a period where he had to either remain neutral or make it seem as if he was, going against Trump. But in reality, I think he was always with Trump. Tucker, kind of like the same thing. Tucker's a DC baby.
Mm-hmm.
He hung out with that crowd. He was around during the whole Pizzagate thing. But look at him now.
Right.
For all we know, he could have been a plant the whole time.
He was calling anybody who questioned 9/11, blasphemy. Yeah, he was a POS, man. He was definitely getting massive. He was controlled opposition without question.
Right. And wasn't he his father's CIA, right?
Yeah.
And didn't he want to be a CIA agent?
Yeah, I think he did.
For all we know, he is.
He could have, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he too. Who knows? Who the fuck knows? But I look at what's happening now and the way things are turning out, and it's almost as if they were all part of the operation from the beginning, or years ago. Will we ever know, Dave?
Will we ever know who?
The full scale of this operation? Who's who?
Get glimpses of it, but that we're not going to know the whole thing, I don't think, because Q even tells us that not everybody that's bad is going to go down.
Right.
It'd be too disruptive.
And they say they can't tell us everything.
Right.
Some of it has to be kept classified to the very end, but not all. So,
yeah. I'm not seeing anything on Gab, and I haven't gotten that email from buffering. So we're not going to go any further with that. But this is, I got to take this dude out, man. I got to wrap this up.
Yeah, man.
But this was awesome, bro. And that dive you did was fantastic. Well done. Well done.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Let's stay close. I'm gonna be going through the weekend. So because I just had a feeling, I took Monday and Tuesday off, and I had a feeling that this this weekend was going to be important. So I'll be here. So if you want to pop in, bro, I'll just hit me up, or
was that tonight?
The link. I'll be on Friday night, Saturday, most likely Sunday.
Okay. Yeah, just drop the link. I don't think I'm doing anything. Well, Saturday I'll be home because I got a lot of stuff to do at home tomorrow and Saturday. So
I might be tied up. I might be tied up one of the nights, depending on what if I connect with my daughter or not. If we were able to get together, I may take one of the nights off. So I might do something daytime, but I'm going to try to do something every day through the weekend. And tomorrow's going to be gold. I want to check out that press conference. It looks like it's going to be at 12 Eastern from what I'm seeing. It's hard to, I'm not getting anything from DuckDuckGo. It's just not very, it's not very good.
And I didn't see anything on Truth. I looked on Truth. I didn't see any mention of it.
Oh, he's also talking about creating a government efficiency commission led by Musk.
Yeah.
Dude, are you kidding me? He got rid of 90% of Twitter.
Yeah.
It's the number one, freaking social media platform in the world.
Remember what he said in the interview in the space when he joked about Elon coming in and just fire. He says, I don't give a shit if you're on a strike, just fire everybody, something like that. You remember that?
Yeah.
Yo, do you believe my union, all unions right now, they're using that and they're saying that Trump said he would fire workers on strike. I shit you not. They sent out flyers saying that Trump said that he would fire workers on strike when he was clearly talking about Elon.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fucked up. It's pretty wild, man.
Because the union leadership wants Democrats.
And one of the financial backers of that flyer that they sent out to everyone is Black Lives Matter.
Of course.
I couldn't believe when I looked into it. It's fucking Black Lives Matter behind this. And these union fucking idiots still don't get it. They're still going to vote blue. It's insane.
Hold on. So Patrick Byrne.
I don't like that guy. Him and I had words a few years back. Yeah, I don't like him. I don't trust him. Never did.
I don't either. Up north soon, Patrick Byrne just posted the arrest warrant for Rumble CEO on X. Here it is. Arrest warrant, United States of America versus Christopher Pavlovsky. You are commanded to arrest and bring before a United States magistrate judge without unnecessary delay Christopher Pavlovsky, who is accused of an offense or violation based on the following documents filed with the court: indictment, USC 371, conspiracy to defraud the United States, obstruction of justice, aiding and abetting. Signed by Maria Morris Howard, Marcia Morales Howard, U.S. District Judge, Jacksonville, Florida.
Yeah.
9/4/2024.
They're trying to interfere with the election.
Man.
They know that that's how most of us communicate.
Yep.
So they're trying to shut us down again.
That's messed up, dude. That's really, I mean, it's not no.
Elizabeth Warren on there?
What's that?
It says Elizabeth Warren over to the right. Clerk of Court, Elizabeth Warren.
It does. What the hell is that all about?
That's got to be a coincidence.
That's got to be a coincidence. Yeah. This is Pavlovsky here. Where'd he go? Oh.
I can't be him.
That's not him. It's funny. His name doesn't pop up in blue.
I was about to say he was way ahead of his time.
That's funny. Yeah. Hey, you get your news here with Dave Snedeker, man. We're
that guy's young.
Way ahead of the news. We're way ahead of the news, like 1918.
Was that him? That young guy you just showed?
Yeah, right here.
Wow, that guy's young. Is he Russian too? Pavlovsky?
It sounds like he's maybe Polish, but I think he's Russian. Let me see.
Wow. Moves and counter moves.
So they got Telegram,
mm-hmm.
right? They got Rumble. And let me see, was
they got
buffering.
Telegram. They got Telegram to change their policy.
Did they?
You didn't see that?
No.
Yeah.
Shit.
They
What's
agreed to change their
the new policy?
Let me see if I can. Well, I can't bring it up here.
Pavlovsky is Canadian.
Canadian, okay. Do you follow Tony Saruga?
Yeah. Matter of fact, I did it. I shared something of his today.
I believe he was the one that posted it, where he said, "There goes Telegram," and then it was either him or I think it was him.
When would it have been?
Yesterday, because it's the 5th now.
Telegram. Elon Musk. Telegram quietly updates frequently asked questions, removing all Telegram chats and group chats are private amongst their participants. We do not process any requests related to them.
Yep. Look at the after. So they changed it.
Before. All Telegram apps have report buttons that let you flag illegal content for our moderators in just a few taps. Oh, man.
Yep.
You can also use our automated takedown email address.
Yeah. So they're doing it again. I don't know if it's going to be on the same scale, but I don't think it matters at this point. You know, I'm waiting for the 2020 election to be turned over. That's what I'm waiting for.
I know. And so much was pointing to that as well. Like there's been well,
there was a pastor that came up just yesterday and mentioned how they've cheated in all their elections. Did you see that?
Well, was that the guy that got shot at? His house was shot at? The guy in Tennessee?
Oh, I don't know. Black guy? Black pastor?
It was I'm forgetting who it was. Guys, do you remember who got shot at? And it's I don't think it's a black pastor.
Different guy, and this guy was black.
Okay.
But yeah, he came out and said how they caught him basically. You know, he saw them cheating. This is a black guy in a Democrat-run city, and he's talking about how the Democrats cheat. There's a lot of corruption being exposed now, right? A couple of months before the election. So, in my opinion, when they do bring down the hammer, it's going to be justified. You know, because you have what happened in 2020, what happened in 22, and now with what's happening before this election, which I don't think is going to happen, but you're already seeing the cheating. You have certain counties and states that are, you know, suing because of the fraudulent election. There's a lot of places, even here in New York, in upstate New York, they're still fighting, you know, to have it audited. They did their own independent audit, Audit New York, which is a group I'm a part of. They did their own independent audit, and they found 3 million illegal voters. And there's not one judge who you know, is willing to take it, is willing to hear it. So we know they cheated. We know they stole the election, but then on the other hand, we also know that it was allowed.
No.
We had to be shown, right?
Yes.
But if a 2024 election happens, then it validates this presidency, and I don't think that should happen.
I know
you got to run, brother. Thank you, Marta. Thank you for agreeing with me. I don't get that a lot.
From women.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh man.
Man. All right. Yeah, I gotta jump. This was great, man. Cool. Let's be in touch. Thank you. Thanks everyone. What a great night together. We covered some great stuff. So let's do it again. Tomorrow I'll try to get on. No, I try to get on. He's got my movie, my romantic comedy. He's chewing on the DVD of my. Like, dude, come on. You're just pissed because I put Barney in that movie and you're not in it. So stop it. Stop. Okay, I gotta go. All right. Thanks everyone. Love you all. Be well and stay safe. And see you tomorrow. All right. Thanks, brother.
No problem.